hate it when video games come out.
Random artist on Twitter and just throwing it into Marathon. The funny thing is, this isn't even the first time that these guys have gotten caught doing something like this before. It's so lazy. It's so scummy. It's so blatant.
The fourth time.
And it shows how little creativity the studio has left and how hard and fast they're trying to rush Marathon out the gate. I played Marathon, and I can say with absolute confidence, it's not going to work.
Nope.
It doesn't stand a chance. They don't.
The thing is that I was on vacation when Marathon came out, but when I saw that Shroud didn't even play it for a day, I was like, wow. Holy shit.
Understand the audience, they don't understand the game, they don't understand the genre, and it's so woefully uninspired that it makes a lot of sense as to why they're just copying things that other people are doing, and in some cases copying their art, I guess.
Maybe not Shroud, or somebody else. Like, but either way, it was like one of those people. It might have been like Lyric or somebody like that. Like, or I don't know. It might have been somebody else. He played it for a bunch of days. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else.
Yes, as well. You compare this to a game like Arc Raiders, and the contrast between the two of them couldn't be any more clear. So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the allegations against Bungie and their artwork, and also the pitiful reception of Marathon. They are not going to beat the Concord allegations.
Oh,
Bungie seems to have a very close relationship.
No, they cannot be Concord 2 anymore. Now they're Art Raiders. It's just better.
If with
you know what this guy looks like? He looks like a really, really badly done AI version of an androgynous version of fucking what's his name from Guardians of the Galaxy 1? Rodon or something like that. That guy that, like, you know, that, yeah, Ronan. Yeah, Ronan. Yeah, bro, he looks like a soy version of Ronan.
At least over the last few years. One of the first instances we saw of this was actually back in 2021 for the Witch Queen expansion of Destiny 2, where Twitter user Relay314's fan art of Zebra Rock was used one for one in-game without permission or notification.
So this is the first time that they had done it. Okay, right. It's not a dude, though. If you can't immediately tell the gender of the characters in a video game, the video game is going to be garbage. That's the new rule, gentlemen. If it is not immediately evident and completely obvious what the gender of the characters are, you are dealing with an American brain-rotted Western studio that thinks making androgynous characters is appealing. And if you have already reached the level of rot that thinking androgynous characters is what audience wants, the whole game is going to be trash.
And in the
because it's made by trash.
Expansion, it happened again. Julian Baylona's artwork was lifted and used inside of a cutscene. And again in 2024, when Bungie collaborated with Hasbro to make a Nerf replica of the Ace of Spades pistol from Destiny 2, this time lifting the entire design from the artist Tofu Rabbit, aside from a recolor and some minor cosmetic changes.
They just took that
in every one of these cases, Bungie pointed the blame to a third-party contractor that they had outsourced their work to, resolved the issues quietly, and then compensated the artists. Actually, as we speak, Bungie is in the middle of an active lawsuit with writer Kelsey Martineau, who alleges that Destiny 2's Red War campaign in 2017 and the Curse of Osiris expansion copied elements from his sci-fi story.
Character design. This one is like kind of okay. This is like, you know what this is? It's like again, it's like what I said about how whenever you take a Photoshop text and the first time you use Photoshop and you apply every different like filter to it, like bold, background, overlay, you know, like imprints, everything on it, you put all of them at the same time.
Published on WordPress between 2013 and 2014. It claims similarities in the name of the Red Legion, the antagonist's motivations, and several narrative elements like a celestial entity, the use of flamethrowers, and a consciousness transfer. Bungie filed a motion to dismiss the case, but the judge ended up rejecting it, citing insufficient evidence due to Bungie's inability to create playable versions of the allegedly plagiarized content.
Wow.
And that's all because the Red War and Curse of Osiris expansions don't exist anymore. They're part of content that Bungie had vaulted.
It's like, who the fuck wants to play like a bitch with a microwave on her head? What are you, retarded? Who thought this was a good idea? You stupid. Like, what the fuck is this?
Removed from the game, then deleted all of the files altogether for reasons that can never fully be explained. This is the same move that alienated a huge portion of their player base. Bungie removed content from the game that players had paid for, claiming that they needed to do it to get more memory space for future expansions. And I'll be honest with you guys, as a player who owned that content, there is nothing more satisfying than watching this come back to bite them in the ass. And now here we are in 2025, and Bungie has still not learned their lesson.
Like, look at this. Nobody wants to look at this. This is weird, bro. Like, look at this. This is so stupid. Like, who does this appeal to? This is gross, man. Like, ugh. Marilyn Manson? No, that's not true. Bro, Marilyn Manson in like the 90s, I'm not gay, but he was a really attractive guy. He was a really good looking guy. It's not even close.
User and artist N2, also known as Anti-Real or at Anti-Real in Lead Speak, has called them out once again, this time for lifting their artwork and using it without permission in Marathon's alpha. These accusations aren't vague. They were direct, specific, and backed up with visual evidence. On Twitter, they shared images and wrote, "The Marathon Alpha released recently and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017. Bungie is of course not obligated to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade. But clearly my work is good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over their game without any pay or attribution."
This is also after they said that it was all a mistake. Bungie says this is a mistake after multiple people, including the person who runs the art for the game, has followed this individual on Twitter for a long period of time, predating this event occurring.
I don't have the resources nor the energy to spare to pursue this legally, but I have lost count of how many times a major company has deemed it easier to pay a designer to imitate or steal my work rather than to write me an email. In 10 years, I've never made a consistent income from my work, and I'm tired of designers.
You know what I find to be even funnier about that is that I bet paying some random Twitter artist would have been cheaper than paying the designer. Like, they could have probably just paid this person less money and you would have had the same thing done, but you go with some industry designer that copy pastas something from Twitter. Like, it's really, you're paying more money to get a knockoff version of something instead of just buying the real thing.
Companies mood boarding and parasiting my designs while I struggle to make a living. Another Twitter user pointed out that Joseph Cross, the art director at Bungie, follows Anti-Real on Twitter and asked if there might be a connection. The artist had responded saying he's followed me for a few years and a few others from Bungie, never heard any communication. Just to add insult to injury, mainstream media outlets began circulating fake quotes from the artist, attempting to sensationalize the story further by fabricating statements like, "I'm completely floored. This is my full-time job."
Insane fake quote.
They sell these posters online. They're not obscure. A major company has deemed it easier to pay a designer to imitate or trace than license or commission the work. This didn't come from the artist, and using fake quotes to farm clicks on top of an artist that's already being...
If you're fake quoting somebody for something that they said, like, you do not hate journalists enough. You do not.
Exploited is a special kind of vile.
So
now,
dishonest.
things weren't sketchy already. Just 2 weeks ago, before these allegations went public, Joseph Cross, the author, posted on Twitter about how excited they were to work with Krupa Hosk, a brand and design agency that Bungie had brought on to help with visual development, identity, custom typography, and ARG campaigns for Marathon. This almost feels like a preemptive PR buffer, as if they know that these accusations might start to surface, and they were preparing to have a scapegoat just in case.
Yeah, because they.
But let's be real here. These third-party agencies are just a shield. Bungie uses them because they know most gamers are never going to remember their names. The public backlash will hit Bungie, but the legal and creative blame will just get pushed onto somebody else. Bungie writes the checks when they get caught, and the key word there is when, because these are only the cases that made it to public attention. How many other ones never got noticed? I mean, this has been going on for over 5 years now, and I have a really...
Yeah, what do you think the odds are that the only cases of stealing art were the ones that were discovered?
Hard time believing that Bungie somehow, some way keeps managing to coincidentally hire art thieves over and over again. The common denominator here in every single one of these situations isn't the freelancers or third-party vendors, it's Bungie. So why does this keep happening? Why?
That's a good point. You keep hiring all of these people, but you keep getting the same result. At a certain point, how does this keep happening to just you?
Do they keep doing this? Well, that's because they just don't have the time or the talent anymore. Bungie has laid off aggressively in recent years. A lot of the talent that they let go were key contributors to games like Halo, Destiny, and Destiny 2. And with Destiny 2 in decline and pressure from Sony mounting ever since they acquired Bungie in 2022, they simply do not have the same creative force behind their projects anymore. They are rushing Marathon and other content out the door to meet deadlines and deliver returns. And when time runs out and creativity is thin, people take shortcuts. And honestly, that makes a lot of sense because Marathon feels like a game that's being shoved out the door, ready or not. Bungie has done almost nothing to engage with their audience before the release of the closed alpha, and then their entire rollout of the game has been messy. The initial teaser had some intrigue.
I remember the initial video of Marathon looked kind of cool, and I was a little bit excited for it, and then everything after that, I mean, the vibe of it originally, like, was kind of good, but then when they started showing the characters and everything, bro, it was cooked. It was cooked.
In the cinematic trailer, people like the ARG.
Any advertising is good advertising. Well, you know who says that? A person who doesn't work in advertising. How'd that work for Concord?
The elements and the visual direction, but the gameplay trailer absolutely tanked. At the time of this writing, it has 24,000 dislikes.
Jesus.
Most of the comments are flaming the game. They've also delivered nothing but mixed messaging. They told Destiny 2 PvE players that Marathon isn't for them, despite the fact that it's their loyalty, time, and spending that funded Bungie's...
Well, this might be something like, I remember everything as usual. Do you remember when Bungie, after a while, and they focus tested Marathon around a bunch of like Escape from Tarkov streamers, and all of the Escape from Tarkov streamers said, like, yeah, we don't really think this game is very good, and then like 2 months later they were like releasing it? Remember that? Yeah, they all hated it. Yep.
Projects in the first place. Instead of honoring their core audience, they are chasing a new one they don't even understand, in a genre that they've never even developed in before. It's yet another case of a studio abandoning what made them successful in favor of mimicking what's trendy. And honestly, what else would a mimic do other than copy everything else around it? We are going to see a lot more of this. A lot more. All these companies that have been complaining about rising development costs, all these layoffs that we've seen, that is all pressure that is being laid on top of these designers and artists. And
that's right.
The more that they have them making these cookie cutter games and these copy paste projects, the less time and resources and experience they have to be able to make anything, the less creative freedom they have. well, the more likely they are to start cutting corners. And part of that is because they're just trying to save time more than anything else. But the other part of it is they just don't care. That's why you see stuff like this. We see this with workers that are just phoning it in for a paycheck because they feel like they're forced to do the work, because they feel wholly uninspired by it, because they're not being led properly. And as a result, you get something that is uninspired, and you get something that most of the times ends up being plagiarized.
Soon. Soon it's going to happen. That's right.
Journalism is going through the same thing. Games journalism specifically is going through the same thing. After the Polygon video, I actually had some writers reach out to me and they said, you have no idea how bad it is for us right now. All of these companies have basically made it where, you know, we have $20 an article. You have to put out 50 articles a week. You can only talk about very specific games, only the biggest games, and you can only write about it in a very specific way. And that's the reason why we get a lot of the writing that we do.
Yes.
And I think that's a fitting description for what Marathon is, because they're under those exact same pressures in that exact same situation right now where they're being forced to make a game that I don't think that they actually want to make. Sure, there's probably a few people that are there that are all about it, but it's not an entirely team effort, I don't think.
Yeah.
And people don't realize, I don't think they're taking it seriously, that if Bungie does not deliver with Marathon, they are done. This is it. This is the only thing they have left for them, because
I disagree with that. I think that Bungie's got another one in them, even if Marathon fails, because of how much studio, value they built up over the years. I think that they've got another one in them. They can make Destiny 3. But if Destiny 3 fails, then yeah, they're cooked. Like, you usually don't get cooked with one game. You get cooked with like two and a half to 3.5 games.
Sony has invested too much money in them for too little return, and they are desperate for a live service hit. And if Bungie's not the one to give it to them, that's not going to work out for them. They have wasted billions of dollars at this point trying to get their own live service hit. And I played Marathon. It's not it.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
With better competition that's out on the market, with better competition that's right around the corner, that delivered an alpha at the same time as yours, it's just not going to work out. This is going to be a last-ditch effort, a Hail Mary, with nobody there to catch it. Now, in a lot of cases, when I'm feeling off about a game, whether it's from the previews or the early footage, I tend to second-guess myself. Maybe I'm being overly critical. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Maybe I just need to get hands-on with it to see the full picture. Then I played Marathon and Arc Raiders back-to-back. And now
I'm the kind of person, I'm a little bit different. I assume that if my first impression of the game, if I think the game is bad in 5 seconds, the game is bad. That's it. Instantaneously. Like, because again, if you can't nail 5 seconds, how the fuck are you gonna nail 50 hours? And every once in a while, I get it wrong. But I usually don't.
I was being way too generous with Marathon. Let me just go ahead and throw a flag on the play right now and say it outright. Marathon is one step removed from Concord. The only thing that this game has going for it is the Marathon name in a mildly interesting universe. Beyond that, this is one of the most blatant, uninspired, trend-chasing corporate pasteboard games that I have ever touched.
Did you guys watch that gameplay? Like, go back and watch this gameplay again.
Blatant, uninspired, trend-chasing corporate pasteboard games that I have...
Jesus, bro, like...
Going for it is the Marathon name in a mildly interesting universe. Beyond that, this is one of the most blatant, uninspired, trend-chasing corporate pasteboard games that I have ever touched. I would go as far to say that Dragon Age the Veilguard had more flavor than Marathon. This is factories.
Yeah, because Dragon Age the Veilguard was at least rainbow sherbet. This is just plain yogurt.
Sealed boredom. There is nothing in this game that stands out. Not one mechanic, not one system, not one moment where I sat back and thought to myself, damn, this is what makes Marathon special. They took the basic template of an extraction shooter, filled it with loot that you don't even care about, slapped on some faction rep grinds for the illusion of depth, jammed in some Apex Legends hero abilities, copied on Destiny 2's gunplay, and dropped it all into a flat, lifeless world where everything looks the same. And when I say everything looks the same, I mean literally. The environments are so homogenous and color drained that I found myself disoriented all the time. Not because it was clever map design, but because it all just blurs together. I wish I actually had more to tell you guys about the gameplay loop, but I was mentally checked out within 10 minutes of firing this game up. The matches felt empty, the tutorial was like an afterthought, there was no pressure, no tension, no reason to care. It's the kind of game that you forget the moment that you close it.
There's another big component to this, which is that extraction shooters, by definition, are hardcore games. You're never going to have an extraction shooter game that's going to have a million concurrent players, right? At least not in the near future. Any game that has negative progression that's that extreme is never going to be massively appealing to an average player, because average players don't have that amount of time to invest into it. That's it. Arc Raiders incoming. Arc Raiders is going to be a popular game, and I'm sure people will play it at the beginning, but I think it will level off the same as every other extraction shooter game, and every other extraction game does, even like Dark and Darker. And it will have a narrow but dedicated audience. And I think that a narrow but dedicated audience is great, but whenever you're a studio like Bungie, you have to, like, you're so big, you have to target a more mainstream audience than just like a very small amount of people like that.
And make it that far. And I am not the only one that feels this way. A former Bungie designer, Vince, who now goes by Fractal Grove on YouTube, specifically called out Bungie's art direction. He pointed out to the overuse of cool colors, especially blue tints, and explained how it creates a psychological sense of fatigue. It drains players. Compare that to something like Ultra Kill, which uses aggressive reds, oranges, and yellows to generate adrenaline, danger, and excitement. That's color theory 101. This is basic art philosophy. And
am I the only person? I feel like both of them are fatiguing, but they're just fatiguing from different ways, right? It's like anything that just continually has the same theme constantly is just boring to watch after a while.
Bungie, a studio that once helped define visual spectacle for shooters, seems to have just forgotten it. But honestly, what really...
It's like, you even think about, like, for example, in Halo, right? They made Halo. Think about how much different Truth and Reconciliation was than, I don't know, the maps in, like, the open on the beach, right? I mean, I think actually that's all part of the same level, like, for that example. Or like, the last level in the game. Right, Pillar of Autumn, yeah, exactly. Silent Cartographer, yeah, like it's totally different spectacle, right? Totally different game. And like the vibes, like the thing is that, like if you look at this, this is Halo 1. Let me see if I get a good image of this. Bro, this shit went so hard. I think this is the remake, I'm pretty sure. But like, this was insane how good this was, even back then. Like, you gotta remember, this came out over 20 years ago. This had absolute fucking aura. Like, do you remember driving across the bridge? Like, the light-up bridge on the Warthog? Do you guys remember that? Yeah. It's still good? Yeah, no, it's still good. That's what's crazy about it, is it is still good. Even now. That's the difference between, like, graphical fidelity and art direction. Is that these games had insane art direction, and also, by the way, back then, the graphics for this game were next level. Like, Halo, for its time, the graphics were fucking insane.
Marathon for me was just general whiplash. It's the same thing that I felt going from Baldur's Gate 3 to Starfield, from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to Avowed. It's that sense of expectation crash, that realization that you're playing something with no soul after coming from something that was brimming with it. Yeah. Because just before I got into Marathon, I played Arc Raiders, and that game That game
I
gets
didn't play
it.
it at all.
The moment you step into the world, it commands your attention. It is so breathtakingly beautiful. The lighting,
it looks good. It just looks good. That's it.
the detail, the sound design, it all works here. You feel like an explorer that is cautiously surfacing to this hostile world. The sound alone becomes a mechanic. You crouch, listen, stop. You can hear these ARC machines before you even see them, and you're avoiding fights because you don't want to blow your cover. That tension is constantly building with every single item that you collect. You're calculating your risk. Should I push for more loot? Should I break for extraction? One wrong move, a metal detector, a flock of birds, and your position is blown. You jump, you panic, you play it smart because the game is pushing you to. And Arc Raiders actually understands the audience that it's going for. It's an extraction shooter.
Like, the thing is that Arc Raiders, I think, like, again, like, I watched a little bit of other people play it. I didn't play it myself. I think a lot of games are trying to recapture that vibe that the original PUBG had. Because, like, there was a vibe that the original, you know, like, first map, third-person PUBG had that I feel like no other BR has been able to.
I got it primal, no way. Attack speed, armor, into crit damage, or AoE, fuck. Stats are not good on it. That's so sad. I forgot his name. No. Crit chance, cooldown reduction. Maybe I need cooldown reduction instead. Yeah, I'll take cooldown reduction.
the capture. Tarkov, I just can't comment on.
For the mid-core crowd, and it nails that balance. You have a pet rooster that goes out and brings back materials. You can dismantle in the field so you can make room for more loot. And yes, unlike Marathon, Arc Raiders actually has proximity chat. Embark doesn't think that they need to insulate their players from one another for safety.
Removing proximity chat because you're worried about toxicity. Remember what I was saying before about like androgynous characters? That's it. That's all you need to hear. That's all you need to hear. That's it. It's over. Game's dead. It's a soy game. It's garbage.
Reasons. It's like I said before, and I'm gonna say it again. If you do not include proximity chat in a game about
Garbage
tension
game.
and human interaction, you do not understand the genre that you're making.
Garbage game.
And you know what proves that? My experience with it. I went into a match under-equipped. I didn't have any ammo with me. I got into a firefight, used all the rounds that were in my gun, and I bluffed my way out of it by role-playing as a grizzly man with a southern tone for some reason. I have the meds and the rounds to do this all day. Walk away and I'll let you off. And for whatever reason, the other player believed me, and they let me walk away. Funny enough, I bumped into somebody else at the extraction point, and I just told them the truth straight out. I have no ammo. I'm just trying to get my quest done. They let me extract, and we ended up joining up to play the next round together. That's what these games are about. That's why people play them. Emergent storytelling, player agency, memorable moments. Now compare that to Marathon, a game where you're completely isolated in a world that's designed to be antisocial. It's ironic. Bungie helped define cooperative multiplayer in the modern era. They're the...
No. Bungie brought cooperative online multiplayer to the mainstream audiences with Halo 2. Halo 2 mainstreamed online gameplay. That was it. Like, you had people playing CS on PC, but like, I'm talking about mainstream. Everybody had fucking Xbox Live. That right there was the beginning. Like, that was it, bro. Like, Halo 3 was it for me. No, Halo 3 refined it. But like, think about that. In 2004, because Halo 2 came out in November 2004. Back then, even people were playing online. That's insane to think about. Literally over 20 years ago.
Ones that pretty much gave us LAN parties for the most part with the Halo days. And now they're making a game that actively suppresses that connection. That speaks volumes. And it's because Marathon isn't a product of inspiration or iteration. It's a live service mold that's filled with monetization systems. It exists to chase trends. It exists to tick boxes. It exists to sell, not be played. And that's the key difference between Bungie and Embark Studios right now. Yes, Arc Raiders and the Finals are live service games, but they feel like games first. Even the Finals brought something
The
fresh.
entire premise of a live service game being the problem is invented by bad video games that have cynical design systems that use live service systems that are unfun. Live service is never the problem. It's never been the problem. The problem is bad design.
It wasn't Overwatch. It wasn't another Call of Duty clone. People may have moved on from the game. It's definitely not topping the Steam charts, but you would be hard-pressed to find players that hated it. It earned respect. Marathon won't earn a thing. Bungie is doing what so many studios are doing right now, iterating on monetization, not on gameplay. They're not refining systems, they're refining a storefront. They don't care if the experience is good. They care if you keep grinding, spending, and logging in. And I swear, I'm going to start making a new catchphrase after this one. When you forget about the players, they forget about you. They already have. Both Marathon and Arc Raiders had their limited closed access tests at the exact same time. Bungie could not keep players in the game. Meanwhile, Arc Raiders...
Look at Marathon's winning. See, it has one player.
...was overflowing with demand. Marathon bled players daily.
The one player was, it was a lawyer from the Bungie legal department, and they were trying to find all the instances of stolen art. And the other guy that was also doing the same thing had to go home for the day.
Arc Raiders had players begging for more. They're still begging for more. The vibe shift in the gaming community is loud and clear. Nobody is interested in Marathon.
Nobody
That
cares.
conversation is over. And that is not a good sign for Bungie, especially when you consider how niche this genre already is. Extraction shooters, by design, are not built for mass appeal. They are punishing high-stakes and time-insensitive games, not for casual audiences who do not have a lot of time already and just want to have fun. Yet, here we are watching major studios throw their entire futures into this space, convinced that they have found the next big live service cash cow. This is not just disconnected, it is completely delusional.
Well, you just look at the way they make the characters. That's it. You don't do that unless you're a retard. It's actually that simple. Yeah, I mean, like, really, like, yeah, I mean, you can't even figure out the characters. You can't even make the characters look appealing. You think you're going to be able to figure out a game? Fuck no.
We're seeing right now is the result of panic.
Jeff, are you going to come out with another tweet? No, a lot of people hated on me for this. Everybody, this is when the marathon, the big video that they did came out, and I said that the game was garbage because the characters weren't fuckable, and everybody was mad at me, and they said I was a gooner, and I was like, you know, like a weirdo, a creep, and everything, and they're right. But so am I. Yeah, that's it. Doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter. Like you like whatever insult you can give doesn't matter. I'm still right. Like it's still true, and no amount of crying, insulting, you know, these like weird patronizing comments, not a single one of them is ever gonna make a dent in that reality.
Publishers that are scrambling to try to predict whatever the next trend is, trying to stake their claim before the gold rush ends, but instead of innovating or understanding what these genres and trends are, they're just pouring money into these things and making these watered-down versions of games that only ever had niche appeal to begin with. And I think this is where Embark Studios really stands out, because I genuinely do think that Arc Raiders has a bright future. Not just because the game is fun, but because the team behind it is clearly smarter with their budget and more grounded in their expectations. The finals reportedly cost less than $100 million for them to make, and there is no way that Arc Raiders blew past that number by much.
No way.
It's lean, it's focused, and it's built for players who are actually going to play it. But even still, I don't see the appeal here for the big publishers. This is a genre that has a ceiling. Most casual players are not going to be signing up to get dunked on in a high-stakes PvEVP gauntlet. They do not want to spend hours grinding materials, building up gear, planning for some big PvE encounter, only to get...
I'm one of those people, by the way. Like, if I play an extraction shooter and then I lose my stuff, I don't want to play anymore. That's it. I just don't want to do that. Like, I even if it's my fault, like, I don't really care. I just would rather do something else with my time. Like, that's it. Like, PUBG? Well, no, because each thing in PUBG was that. Like, it was just each game was separate. Yeah, Helldivers 2 did a great job catering to casual players. Yeah, and it was just a waste of time. Yeah. Like, for me, I feel like when I can't make progress in a game, especially, like, for me, it's like losing progress in a game instantly makes me feel like I'm wasting my time playing it.
One shot across the map by some third-party sniper while you're fighting a boss. Some players thrive on that risk. Some people really love that tension. Most people don't. You want to log in, have fun, make progress, and log out. Extraction shooters do not respect that kind of time.
I have tension in my real life. I do not want tension in my video games. Absolutely not.
Investment. They never have.
I'm allergic to tension.
I mean, just look at Escape from Tarkov. That game essentially birthed this genre. It's considered a success and a gold standard for it, but it peaks at around 100,000 players a day. That's impressive for a hardcore niche title, but it's not the foundation. You want to build a $300 million live service behemoth on. These studios think that they can expand their audience by softening the edges of these games and making the experience a bit more casual, but by
that actually does that does the opposite effect.
Doing so, they're missing the point, because the very thing...
The edge was the point. The loss was the point. People play these games because of that. That's the thing. It's like, I don't think that, it's kind of like, this is a weird way to say it. is that I always thought Assassin's Creed lost its way with Valhalla because Valhalla appealed to me as a player. I don't like stealth games. I think that they're boring. So if I'm playing a game and it's a stealth game and I'm enjoying it and I'm excited about it, then we've got a problem.
Things that make these games compelling, the risk, the tension, the player-driven stories, don't translate well when you strip them down for mass appeal. You're not left with a broader audience. You're going to be left with no audience at all.
That's right.
And I think that's the real tragedy for Marathon. Not that it's just a bad game, but it's a bad game.
Look at, for example, Baldur's Gate 3. They doubled down on being a niche game, and it worked because it was a good game.
Born out of desperation. It's corporate wishful thinking and playable.
Balatro is another good example. Very niche game.
Form. A studio chasing a trend it doesn't even understand in a genre that was never built to carry that much weight. It's not the next big thing, and it never will be. They need to stop trying to make the next big thing, and they need to go back to making the thing that they think is cool. That's how this all started. That's where all of this came from. That is the reason why Bungie left Microsoft and Xbox to begin with.
Yep.
They wanted to reach beyond Halo. They wanted to do something different. They did that with Destiny.
They didn't even, apparently, I don't think Bungie even wanted to make Halo Reach. It's just that, like, they kind of had to, and like that's why Halo Reach was like the last good game, right? They did. What was it that they did? They had to. Yeah, I thought that was their expectation.
And they shackled themselves to it. Now they shackled themselves to just live service games altogether. I do not feel like they care about what they're making, nor do they have the talent or the leadership to even be able to try to achieve it. I mean, the essence of this game is literally just a rip-off of a bunch of other games. They're not doing anything to iterate on it whatsoever. And on top of that, you're now stealing art from indie artists as well, or allegedly stealing art from indie artists as well. Gotta save myself.
It's not even allegedly anymore. They literally admitted that they did it. They literally, they said that they did it.
On that one, but at this point, I mean, just pay somebody else to make it. It's clear that you guys don't want to.
I got a Primal Mace.
I just don't see a world where this game succeeds. Not unless they push it back another 2 years and then approach it like it's Destiny 3. I know that sounds crazy, but these guys should be working off of their strength. They should be making a game for the audience that they already do have. Because
if they make Destiny 3, I'll play Destiny 3. I don't give a fuck about Marathon anymore. Like, I'll play Marathon when it comes out because it's like the new game that's coming out. But like, I'm not going to get into it.
You get much higher buy-in from your players and also from other players as well. You should be working off of your strengths, your current customer base, and not this imaginary audience that you guys think you can go after, especially when you're charging a premium price. I'm sitting here and I'm like, how is nobody made a true competitor to Borderlands or The Division? It's like those two games just exist out in the ether, and there's been a couple of ones, but they've been like really knockoff kind of titles. If one of these companies actually put their foot down and made something like those games, it could do well. The only games that I know of, at least for live service games, is Once Human, which I think is a really cool concept. They have a lot of really cool stuff with that game. The game's really fun to play, but
yeah, I played it.
Still has a little ways to go. They got some stuff they need to work on with that. But
I haven't played it for a while.
Outside of that, the first
I got 2 Primals in one run.
With that game, like I met them.
And this one too.
Smart. I like them.
I mean, at the Q&A.
No way. That is so lucky. Come on, good stats. Actually, let me see. It's not that bad. Yeah, wave of light damage. Armor. I think mine is fine. No way. This is a good one. Actually a good one. Nearly best. This should have been chance to immobilize on hit, maybe? Or the globes. Or thorn damage, but whatever. Wave of light damage to 15%. Come on. There we go. New piece. Can dump this one. I don't need it anymore. Well, my ancient boots were amazing as well, though. Holy. But I have better now. What about the belt? Crit damage. Attack speed, crit damage. Vitality, dexterity. Mine is better.
For the first Descendant, the most important question that was asked was why
It's a good
why one of the female characters' toenails aren't painted.
Oh, because
The
whenever
problem the first Descendant
drops,
also
another one
has
drops.
is that
Amazing.
basically every single girl looks the same. Like, there isn't a lot of body diversity, and I think there's a huge problem with that, is that, like, with a lot of gacha games, right, you have the petite girls, and you farm the guys that like that, and then you have the big titty girls, and then you have the tall girls with, like, the, you know, the dommy mommy girls, and then you have the more muscular girls. Pretty much every girl in the first Descendant is just your traditional, you know, Korean swimsuit model. Which is like, that's great, but this is like 11 different flavors of vanilla. You've got to have different flavors of ice cream here. True? Yeah, I played the game a lot.
Fate smiles on you today. See you soon.
We're so cooked.
What?
Good God, man.
I have that thing.
Gooners can't keep it together.
No.
Anyway, tell me what you guys think about all of this. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys enjoyed the video, drop a comment down below, share it with your friends, share it on social media.
Yep.
Subscribe to the channel, like the video, come follow me on Twitch, come follow me on Twitter, and I'll talk to you guys next time. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Catch you in the next one.
Family.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch the Night Ranger, small boobs and fat ass girls are also good. No, and the thing is that every single game like that has that, right? And so, like, I'll give you an example. Like, I'll link you guys a video. Like, I totally agree with what he's saying. People that think Marathon isn't cooked after this are fucking delusional. Like, this made them look so fucking bad. The game release was awful. It was originally going to be NDA. They had to take it off of NDA because of how bad the reception was. It was really not good, and I'm not seeing things improve
Bungie is
at
cooked.
all.
This is like
for
watching
Marathon.
a train.
I'm not. I think Marathon is pretty much done. And it's been cooked since the gameplay trailer? Yeah, it has been. As soon as they started showing those characters and everything like that, people were just fucking done with it, man. Stream in an hour? Wait, what? Is it a funeral? As a matter of fact, yes. So for anybody who missed out on what happened here, is that there is an artist that was on Twitter, and these were things made in 2017 that this artist made, and these things were not inspired by, they were directly copy pasted by Bungie. Like, I'm talking about, let's get down to the pixels, all right? That is in Marathon. That is the Twitter artist's art. That's the same thing. It wasn't Bungie, it was just a single guy. Well, no, I mean, there's a process, there's a, like a process of things that go through this. And also, honestly, I wish they had stolen somebody's ideas for character design. Maybe the game would have looked better. But anyway, of course, Bungie's not obligated to hire me for making a game. Oh, this is what I said about it, right? After looking at the references, it's obvious that this was directly copied. Embarrassing for Bungie. They should at least give the artist a few $100K, and at least, and honestly, they should hire the artist and fire whatever clowns they have working there now.
All right, we're live. Hi, everybody. How's it going? I'm Joe. In case you don't know me, I'm the game director here on Marathon. To my left here, or potentially on the right on your screen, depending on if it's mirrored, is Joe Cross, everybody's favorite Joe, our director of our Marathon. Sitting across from me
Is the
who's not
audio
on camera,
director?
is Andrew Witz, gameplay director, and we're gonna spend some time talking about some
look at
stuff
the
today.
spider.
The show is a little bit different.
Look at the
today.
spider.
We
What
plan
the hell?
actually to show a lot more stuff.
We got
for a lot of reasons we're about to get into. We
Yeah.
decided not to
This is
show
the
a
art
bunch
guy.
of this stuff. But we are going to be discussing a lot about what we learned through Alpha, some of the plans that we're going forward
Yeah.
with. But before we get into that, Joe Cross has some sort of topic that he wants to talk to you all about.
Yep. Thanks, Joe. And hey, everyone. I'm Joe Cross, franchise art director of Marathon. Yeah, and wanted to take a minute to talk about some of the events from yesterday. It came to our attention, and sorry, I wrote this. I wanted to make sure I get this message right. It came to our attention that an artist who worked on Marathon in the early stages of pre-production took a number of graphic elements from a graphic designer without permission or acknowledgement and placed them on a decal sheet that was then checked in 2020. The decal sheet included icons and text elements.
They can't even
These
figure this
elements
out?
ended up in our alpha build.
Okay.
And there's absolutely no excuse for this oversight. And we are working on and 100% committed to our review process to ensure instances like this don't happen again on Marathon or at Bungie. A few of the things that we've done over the last 24 hours
Yeah.
and what we're doing to shore up the review process are as follows. We've reached out to Anti-Real, the artist in question, and followed up to ensure that
everybody
we
follows
do
on
right by
Twitter?
this artist. We're auditing all of the previous work by the artist, the internal artist, including the environment decals already in build, which is part of why we're delaying some of the content we're going to show today. And we're committed to
They
removing
don't know if it's
anything
fucking
that is
stolen or not.
questionably or inappropriately sourced. We're doing a very broad decal audit, and if we locate any other details or elements, we'll make sure that those are eliminated, recreated in-house for sure. Hundreds of artists have worked on this project for years, internally and externally, and we share many influences, including modernism, Swiss typography, 2000s style vector art, cyberpunk, and of course the original Marathon trilogy. Our style is a result of all of those inspirations.
Yeah.
It's also worth noting that none of our external partners who've worked on branding or any part of the visual design of our game were involved with this situation. And lastly, personally, I have a huge amount of respect and admiration for artists working independently, producing, making a living, doing commercial or fine art. And we've worked with many of them. It's one of my favorite parts of the job is to make those connections and create content and collaborate.
Wow.
And so to that extent, I want to send my personal apology to Anti-Real, whose work was used in this case. And I know how unfair this feels, and we're doing everything we can to make this right with her. Her work is fantastic, and we clearly share mutual appreciation
We know.
for a specific genre of graphic design.
Yeah,
and,
we know.
It's very exciting, and I'm excited to have folded that into our style in general. So thanks for listening, and thanks for your patience.
So yeah, absolutely, and thank
Didn't
you,
they just
Joe,
admit
for
it?
coming in and chatting with us about that. Yeah, if
That
they
they
have any further
folded it
questions
into
about that,
their
feel free to
style?
ask them as
Yeah.
we go along. We're probably gonna transition now and just talk a little bit about Alpha. And Alpha was a big milestone for us. There was a lot of stuff that went into it. It was always intended to be kind of like a smaller slice of the game. You know, Wits, right? As we were going into it. Feel free to talk, by the way. It was always kind of meant to be a smaller slice of the game. It was always meant to be sort of like testing a little bit more of that like core combat and some of the baseline of the progression systems that we have, you know? And it was really great to hear a lot of the feedback, especially from those who played the game, as well as people who witnessed it, you know, and sort of get a sense of where everyone was attaching to certain things and where they didn't see as much meat as they wanted, or things that they didn't like, you know, like at all, or things that they did really like, you know. So there's a wide variety of opinions that sort of came about. A couple of things that we really learned, we
they're
really wanted to
both
talk about
logged
though.
in.
One
That's
was
why.
the idea of sort of the core of the survival game, you know. I know we talked about this a lot, Wits, of the survival game being this like
Yeah.
sort of idea of not just running through the environment and trying to survive other people trying to shoot you or the enemies, but like
What's the
all the
chat
different
saying?
challenges of trying to get out. And we feel like some of the bigger things that we missed on that we know we wanted to see, but we kind of like didn't land
How
super
does
well
this
was
keep
like the
happening?
idea of like resources and the survival economy. If you want to talk a little bit about that, Andrew.
Yeah, like we basically
That's
we were
it from
dropping
my
like too much
chat.
ammo, right? Too much heals.
How does this
too
keep
much
happening?
everything, and so people were lasting the session for a really long time, and we just didn't really kind of push you
Oh,
out. And so
God.
we knew it was going to happen in the build, and so we've been really like focused on how we can improve that and you know, get more hazards in the game. There's a lot more hazards in the current build. There's a lot more evil things we have in the game, as also like and half the guns that are in the build, and so the other half are not in the build. So
Yeah.
you haven't even seen half of the weapons. I know that there was some folks that thinking that like that was the full library. It is not. It's like half the guns in the game, and they were dropping too often too. Like we were dropping too many guns, too many long shots. I know long shots were a thing.
Long
They
shots
too
were
easy
OP,
to
yeah.
get. We're focused.
Oh man.
Yeah, there was the core of it is ultimately we wanted more stories where there was about like using your resources wisely, and we just
Yeah.
didn't feel like we put people, or like we didn't put players in a situation where they needed to use their resources wisely, and as a result there weren't enough stories where it was like, oh, I ran out of this thing and I couldn't figure it out, you know? Or I really needed this thing and I was searching around trying to find it. And so we want to build more of those stories moving forward, and so we've been doing a lot of internal iterations. I know even our most recent build, we've stripped back a lot of those pieces, and we're seeing some kind of crazy stories come out of that. So so that's a big part of the survival economy. You talked a little bit about like survival challenges, like the idea of like,
What?
you know, the environment
What?
being a little bit more hazardous to you, you know? Or is there any stuff you want to share there, Andrew? Little bits?
Yeah, we're working on we're working on a bunch of stuff. Working with Lars's team. Also, Lars is here.
Yeah, Lars, if you want to talk about it too,
Yeah,
feel free
so
to.
Lars, you should talk about all the fun things and all the ways
Oh, now
that
the audio's
we're-
too
How are you trying to kill players, Lars? That's
Well, how are you trying to kill the game?
toxic plants now that we have in Martian perimeter. So like sort of going between POIs, you will have to keep a lookout for that. For the people who got really used to switching to knife and just going full bore, you're not going to be able to do that any longer in the game. So we're thinking about all those kinds of things, things in the world that make sense. Like the world really does not want you there. You know, there's obviously the UESC. They obviously don't want you there and are trying to stop you. But maybe that's a good segue to, I don't know, Wits, if you want to talk about some of the UESC stuff we've been looking at lately as well.
We definitely know that the UESC were when they took a lot of damage. They were like overly reacting, like and hit reacting, and so we're looking at reducing what's called like first sighted, which is like they look at you and they're like you, and then they get into combat with you and then they take some shots. We want them to be more stand their ground robots, and hit that killer mecha infantry fantasy that they kind of want to bring. So we're adding we're looking at transitions for going right to combat when they see you. We also noticed that when players were engaging in combat with the AI, they couldn't ever like disengage. They couldn't like kind of be like, okay, like I'm fighting. How do I break line of sight?
It's like,
and like they kind of
stealth options didn't work as strongly as you wanted to, right? In that way.
Yeah, and so we're looking at that. We're looking at you know, we had there's a few bugs we had where you know, you take out, like you have your knife and you take out like a recruit, and then like the entire POI, the entire like point of interest, like knows exactly where you are and they're running towards you. That's a bug we're working through right now with the team, and so the intent is that that makes noise obviously, and the nearest units like investigate you know, that area versus the entire hornet's nest comes barreling towards your direction. And so we're looking at both increasing their challenge and making them more satisfying to fight, as well as you know, working on their perception and how they kind of find you, right? We want to kind of have this engage options where you know, you can you know, do some damage maybe, and like you don't need to finish the fight and stand and fight. Is that you actually might, you know, they see you and there's a moment in time where you can actually like break and kind of get a chance to get away. We still want them to be threatening versus like you can just run around them, right? They need to really push back.
The sweet spot you're kind of looking for is ultimately that you have more options for how you like divide and conquer and tackle them, depending on how you play. But if they do get an advantage on you, each individual unit feels a little bit more threatening to you, right?
Yeah. Like, you know, we were there's the shield unit, the big shield unit, for example, is you know, if you get first shot advantage on this unit, especially like a precision headshot or something, sometimes they would like hit react, and then they wouldn't kind of do a bunch of their abilities they kind of have that actually like charge you, and they like kind of tuck behind a shield, and you can't actually shoot them, and they're perfectly tucked behind that shield. And they push you, and they want to like do this melee attack.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Taken out before they can kind of do that, and so we're looking at you know, looking at their vitality in ways where you know, they don't feel like they're bullet sponges, but that we really require you to play this like marksman game, but also that they challenge you to kind of have different ways to resolve the fight with them. So the team's really kind of digging into kind of like different ways we can kind of get into that and resolve that.
Somebody's saying in chat that the sound guy's DEI. Is that true?
There is those disengage moments where like, I'm gonna tackle this fight with this unit, but I'm gonna do this thing. Like there's this hit react they have. They kind of like power down for a second. They kind of wake up. It's like this big hit react if you do a lot of precision damage. We're looking at maybe, you know, maybe that, you know, if you duck behind cover or something, that they don't know exactly where you are when they wake up, for example, and so that also plays into kind of more of the like solo viability in terms of like you don't have to like 1v9 all the robots.
No, that totally makes sense. You know. I know another topic that sort of came up when it came to survival games was also the pacing of like sort of every given session, right? Like I know we talked about it internally. It's like there tends to be like a front-loaded tension with runs, where a lot of tension happens at the beginning. There's a lot of brawling, and then it sort of like begins to quiet out as you're sort of playing through the rest of the session. And we wanted to make sure we shake that up a little bit. I know we've talked a little bit about how event pacing folds into that.
What he's thinking about.
Lars, I think you and your team have talked a little bit about it, right? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, that was really good. We actually got a lot of good data from the alpha about how event pacing was working, but also just sort of being able to, like, we got lots of good feedback about some of the events and how difficult or not difficult they were, how frequently they appeared or not frequently, and so we're looking at all that data, and we also understand, I think you said a really important thing, which is we also realized that as the session went on, you know, the tension started to drop. Like if you were going after and you had run into a bunch of players, you know, after a certain, you never know quite exactly how many players are left in the session. But after, you know, after a certain amount of time, you can guarantee that the PvP population at least is dwindling a bit. And so our challenge that we're looking at right now is how do we increase the world's danger over time? And we can handle that in a bunch of different ways, but we've got some pretty neat ideas there. You know, like is it about complexity or requirements for exfils? Is it about increasing PvE or world resistance? Is it about pacing of the activities? I think it's the answer is all of the
Joe
above,
looks dead
and so
inside.
like we're looking
That
at
must be
all
the
of those things right now, and I think we have a lot of good knobs and tuning capabilities there. So I'm pretty bullish
Oh,
on
fuck.
our ability to make that. Yeah, the longer you stay in the session, the less safe you feel, but also the more you're like, maybe I should get out of here now.
That's crazy.
So that we want to increase those sort of thoughts from
pressures.
happening too.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense.
Joe, you mentioned immersion too.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that definitely touches art. And one of the things we're hoping to show today, or show next week, is some of our fidelity improvements. I know that there were a few very work in progress areas that got a lot of scrutiny in the alpha build, such as like exterior lighting and perimeter map. And
Yeah.
some of the lobby. So art is full steam ahead on a bunch of those improvements.
Yeah.
Very excited to show.
That's good.
And then the other side of immersion is kind of the runner stories that we want to tell,
Right.
and the kind of fictional fantasy. And to that extent, we're working closely with creative direction and the whole team to sort of really
Yeah.
dial in some of that fantasy.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the work that you guys are working on, which has been really cool to see. I mean, everything from we had a bunch of stuff we wanted to show today, but by the way, we decided not to show it because we're still scrubbing all of our assets to make sure that we are being respectful of the situation that
So then
Joe
how
talked
have you
about
seen
earlier.
it
But
and you think it's good?
there's a lot of things we're doing to try to increase that immersion. I know we've even added like
So,
really like
how does that make
detail
sense?
that sort of help to make it a little bit more immersive, like the blood that runners bleed
Yeah.
even in water and things of that sort as trails and indicators of damage that they've taken.
Right.
I've also seen us like sort of putting more entropy into the world, where we see a little bit,
yeah.
where the idea of the abandoned colony comes a little bit more to life on
For
Mars.
sure,
Mars,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, some of that stuff planned, some of that stuff definitely sort of heightened by the reaction to the cinematic trailer, which I think, I love. It seemed to go over really well.
Wait, they're running ads?
Making sure that we're following that. theme
Wait,
sort of,
wait, are they running ads?
to whatever extent we
No
can.
way.
There's
And
no
just,
way they're.
Material spots.
They are?
Lighting fidelity.
Lighting, yeah.
That does so much in terms of immersion.
Yeah.
From a technical sort of base experience.
No
point
shot.
of view.
Even some of the foliage iterations.
Yeah, some of that shimmer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, lots of exciting stuff happening under the hood. The team is doing amazing work. Hopefully we can show it soon, next time.
Yeah.
And also the sort of whole lobby infill experience.
It's a pre-roll. We're not sure about that.
delivering that whole sort of
Yeah, you can't turn that off. I'm pretty sure.
fictional
To be
fantasy.
fair, I'm always fair.
Mercenary
Yeah.
heading down to do dangerous work.
Yeah, a lot of the UI that we went in with was definitely in a temporary state too. And so
Bro.
for us, sort of finding a
Art
way to make it a
Raiders.
cohesive experience has been a lot of the effort that we've been on top of recently,
Yeah.
right?
We've always, paying off the cyborg fantasy has always been our a goal and a sort of carrot on a stick for us.
Oh God, Art Raiders.
Part, and that's
God damn, that's good.
towards the end.
And there's sort of like two parts to that, right? There's like the cyborgy part, right? Which is like, oh, I'm
Yeah.
this robotic entity. And then there's also the part where it's like, you are this mercenary. So you're kind of doing like the thing which is like, how do I describe it? It's like you're not like necessarily a good guy. You're not necessarily a bad
Yeah.
guy. You're kind of going against the status quo in some degree, right? So feeling that out a little bit more in terms of
Totally.
the experience, right?
Yeah. The runner fantasy has always been
Uh-huh.
a blue collar fantasy.
Yeah.
For the most part,
What?
like you're doing a job.
What?
This is dirty work.
What?
You're, taking contracts from sort of nefarious or questionable sources, but
Yeah.
so communicating that visual.
That doesn't mean that you're blue collar.
Yeah, what the hell is he
That's
talking
awesome,
about?
yeah.
What?
Yeah, there's,
He's doing it.
So we've been putting a lot of work into, especially sort of doing some iterations on the visual updates, and also, thinking
Do they
about
know what
how
it
we
means?
reinforce that
I don't
fantasy as
know.
we're going forward. Another area we've been talking a lot about is crew play, and sort of thinking about the variety of different ways that players play the game. We definitely had people playing, a lot of people playing in solo matchmaking. We had a decent amount of people who played
Hell
in
no, I'm being
solo
chill.
unmade,
This crap needs to be
unmatchmaking, so just
addressed.
basically running around in the world
Damn.
solo. We had a lot of people, a chunk of people
Asmongold
played
fans
entries,
are weirdos.
across the different board. And we definitely found that through the feedback and also through a lot of the experiences that were relayed to us inside of the alpha, that the crew match-made experience just wasn't that great, you know. And so we're looking at a lot of ways to potentially solve that on our side. Some of it is thinking about how each individual can contribute. I know we've been talking a little bit, Andrew, about like the 1vx situation, you know, if you want to talk a little bit about that. It's like how viable you feel like you can turn around a battle and stuff like that.
Yeah, we did some updates in the Alpha Nose Live because we really wanted to move the conversation forward. We felt like we got enough feedback on certain things, and we wanted to actually like take some swings at some
The art director's reading the chat.
We implemented the shield change we did was actually something that we were getting to for our next milestone.
Wait, he is.
That was in our next our current milestone, I guess, because it's an older build, right?
Yeah.
Like, it was in our current milestone. We ported it over.
I'm trying to see if he is or not.
And so, yeah, really appreciate Runner Team and everybody kind of getting that change in. Because it's a bit of a content change, but we felt it was worth it to actually learn more about time to kill and being able to, you know, the power
Arc
of
Raiders uses
shields
AI
in
generated
the
content,
combat
looks like
economy
ass.
and reducing the overhead of shields, and so like
Imagine
the
losing the
majority of
AI.
effective health was in your baseline health pool versus like in your shields. And
What the hell are you
we had
guys
some good
talking about?
changes that kind of came out of that, and so we you know, we're keeping
Just
that right
cancel
now in
the
the current
project.
build, and we're focusing a lot more on effective time to kill.
Update.
In
Joe
specific
Cross
ranges of a
stole
weapon.
that sweater.
So an example is the overrun, like the over the base gun in the game we kind of start off with. We were kind of we were nervous about like upping the damage on it because I know folks were like, this is kind of like not the best gun. It's like, well, it's the starter rifle that
Dude,
requires a
everybody-
bunch of attachments to kind of get to its like big power delta, and so it requires a lot of investment to kind of get to a good spot. We were kind of nervous about like just upping the damage onto it wholesale, and so what we're doing is doing
Oh,
a,
man.
it's called like
What are they talking about?
a skill floor,
Okay.
skill ceiling audit, which is like how skillful you need to be to have like the gun in its base, like what we call like gray or standard state, which is no attachments, and then what is it like, you know, what is the skill
Yeah, I don't know.
demand at the floor, at the base, you know, effectiveness? What are we asking for players? Like how much aim skill do you need? And then like where are the major flaws in the gun so that like when you're putting attachments in, you're build crafting, but also like removing as many flaws as you want in terms of like what you have a hard time controlling
Bro,
about the
they're
weapon.
spamming now.
So we're
spent
doing
5
that
minutes on the
so
drama,
that,
and you only
know,
read
when
from the
feel like
dev
you're being
team
taken
tweet,
out, it's like, oh, this
clowns.
person was good, and so when you're
Oh,
lower shields versus
jeez.
higher shields, we want to make sure that
This shit's funny.
your
Yeah,
guns are
it's
doing
pretty
damage
funny.
in the ranges that they're really supposed to. So if you get the drop on somebody, you should be effective, and it shouldn't be like you need certain rarity guns or anything like that.
Yeah.
So we're working on that a
chat's
lot. We have,
devolving.
you know, it's a bit spicy right now. You know, like there's
Yeah.
some SMGs that are a bit hot. You know, you should be effective, and it shouldn't be like you need certain rarity guns or anything like that.
Yeah.
So we're working
The
on that a
chat's
lot. We have,
devolving.
you know, it's a bit spicy right now. You know, like there's some SMGs that are a bit hot. You know, and moving as many flaws as you want in terms of like what you have a hard time controlling
Bro,
about the
they're
weapon.
spamming now.
So we're
spent
doing
5
that
minutes on the
so
drama,
that,
and you only
know,
read
when you
from the
feel like
dev
you're being
team
taken
tweet,
out, it's like, oh, this
clowns.
person was good, and so when you're lower shields versus
jeez.
higher shields, you want to make sure that
This shit's funny.
your
Yeah,
guns are
it's
doing
pretty
damage
funny.
in the ranges that they're really supposed to. So if you get the drop
is
on
kinda
somebody, you should be effective, and it shouldn't be like you need certain rarity guns or anything like that.
Yeah.
So we're working
The
on that a
chat's
lot. We have,
devolving.
you know, it's a bit spicy right now. You know, like there's
Yeah.
some SMGs that are a bit hot, you know, in the current build, but like we feel like they're appropriately hot when they're, you know, you're in CQC fights, and so fights resolve
CQC?
in close quarters with
What's
a close
that?
quarters weapon,
Yeah.
the way you expect. LMGs are, you know, kicking way harder, a lot more demand there in terms of the recoil,
Yeah.
which is great. We hit some of the snipers. We're actually kind of reevaluating snipers a bit, not like wholesale, like what are snipers, but more kind of like what are they at the base value where they're not like too effective, because we definitely noticed the long shot had a lot of demand, and like, you know, as expected in this kind of genre, snipers have like a lot of effectiveness in terms of like they have to kind of feel like they're lower time to kill. So yeah, we're working on making sure that the time to kill is great for the shield differences. So when you're like going up against purple shield and you're a gray shield, you feel you actually can win, and there's multiple kills per clip that's possible. With
Yeah, it's not guaranteed, but there's a way to win there.
There's a way to win,
Yeah.
and that leads to the skill part. Like time to kill is always about skill. It's about effectiveness, right? Yeah. And then like it's also about like window of opportunity as well. And it's kind of like how you triangulate like overall time to kill recipe. And so we're focusing on skill fidelity. We're focusing we're focused on every single aspect of that triangle. And so yeah, we're looking at, we have this like how many purple shield kills per clip, which is kind of like a spicy thought. But we're really iterating fast on that side.
Cool. That totally makes sense. I know another part of like sort of the crew experience is also like the idea of like, do I have the tools to communicate with my crew, right? Like, I know we had a bunch of challenges with even voice chat for players inside of the game. And we're definitely looking into that in terms of thinking about how do we make it easier for you to even enable voice chat, or like how do we make that part of your flow so they can do that. I know we've talked a little bit about ping system. You know, how do we add texture to the ping system to make it easier for you to coordinate with your team if you're not on voice chat. And do you have any thoughts on that one? I know you and your team have touched the ping system, but
yeah, ping was in a very baseline state for alpha. Like I would say, it was a very it was a very MVP even for alpha state. And we weren't super happy with like kind of where the deficiencies of where it was at. And so we are spending a lot of this milestone really plussing up ping, and we're also looking at things called a communications wheel, which is like how can you effectively communicate to teammates? How can you like basically ping things in a container? How do you ask for ammo? Stuff like that. So yeah,
if they didn't hate their audience, they would have made that female character way hotter and given her way bigger tits.
We're also talking about some contract stuff too, Lars, like as well, about like the fabric of contracts between like multiple players. I don't know if you can talk about what your team's cooking there.
Yeah, Lars, tell us about contracts.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of work. You know, it was great seeing people's response to, I think, working along AI, like the sort of different factions, and so obviously we feel really happy with at least that first slice that people were seeing in the alpha, and obviously not. That was it was a small chunk of the content, and then sort of looking forward to when you're talking about crew play, like how do we lean into that? How do we make that more understandable? How do we sort of surprise and delight players around when they are working with a random match-made player, right? For example, how do we highlight those things? How do we make them understood? How do we reward in ways that make more sense? And how do we make you want to do those things, or like feel encouraged to want to do those things and work with, whether it's the people you pre-crew up with or the people you randomly got put in to matchmaking with. Or whether you're trying to do it by yourself and taking on those extra challenges. But I think the interesting part is now figuring out what things were working, what weren't. I'll say, like, from my perspective, and this isn't the team's perspective, this is mine. Like, I think some of those things could have been more challenging, and so looking at that as well, and looking at contracts as like there were some that were great where you're like, hey, cool, I can go download this audio file and now I can go throw myself off a cliff. Not a real example, but you know what I'm saying? Like, to be able to say, like, I did it. I think we want to take a real look at having a mix of things that are more difficult and challenging to do if we think about priority contracts, and then the other types, maybe they're a little bit more sort of backgroundy, like doing things. And so if that makes sense. So we're taking a hard look at all of them, and I think we have some really good plans there.
So hey, this is Cosmo. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we're getting a lot of questions from chat, so I want to jump in. A lot of art questions. I have a question from WigXU. I have a question, a genuine one. Instead of scrubbing so many assets, would it not make more sense to employ the artist, who obviously has nailed the aesthetic you're looking for, and keep the assets as they are?
This guy's getting fired.
Sorry, Joe.
And I can jump in with the answer unless you want to take it, Cross.
I know Cross
He's
just
on his
basically
phone.
got kicked out of the Discord for some reason. Like, I'm
Bro,
staring
he's
at
on
his
his
machine,
phone.
so that we might have a technical issue right now. Do you want to they're basically asking, wouldn't it be easier just to hire someone to remake the assets?
That's not what they. That's not what they
Sorry, do you
said.
want me to repeat the question? Apologies.
Yeah, go for it.
Can you repeat it? Just so I can relay it to Cross, because Cross can't hear you right now. But yeah.
Instead of scrubbing so many assets, would it not make more sense to employ the artist, who obviously has nailed the aesthetic?
The question was, instead of scrubbing all the assets, wouldn't it need to be easier to employ the artist who made all the assets?
Yeah, I mean, and for what it's worth, we're confident the majority of the assets in that capacity are original, created internally by our internal artists. We would love to work with Anti-Real if that's an opportunity that presents itself. I mean, it's part of what we sort of reached out to communicate. It's a very at this point it's a very small sort of set of assets. The decals themselves are the kind of they're details that are sort of placed on the sides of buildings or crates.
Five.
Or something like that. So we absolutely do need to replace them, and we would rule in sort of any sort of way of doing that, including contracting, collaborating, or working with the artist.
So Joseph Cross was following.
And additionally,
this
I think
person?
It's a great question.
Just to sort of add on to that, additionally, when we run into situations like this, we also feel like something slipped through our net, and so we have to go back and look at everything just to make sure that nothing else slipped through our net, if that makes sense, because it caught us by surprise, and we want to just make sure that we're doing the right diligence to ensure it doesn't happen again. So either way, we're going to scrub all the assets just because we want to make sure that we didn't miss something else.
Yeah, because PR, this is bad PR. Another art question. Let's go. We got another art question.
Yeah, but that's a good question.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of just general. We're getting a lot of general questions in the chat about like the overall aesthetic. Do you want to like speak to that and like kind of where you're getting like the influence?
Let's talk about the. Let's hear about the art.
Like, making the art. All right, you have to relay this question again, Joe.
So there's a lot of questions just about where your inspiration for a lot of this art style and sort of like where that comes from.
Yeah.
And how you think of the art.
How do you get the art style?
Yeah, I mean,
I know
it comes
how.
From, a lot of sources, a lot of genres. I talked about it a little bit online. Probably a couple years ago. Graphic design is obviously a massive part of our game, and typography in general. That's one of the things I sort of am the most proud of in a lot of ways. Is sort of the idea of elevating typography and graphic design to sort of the forefront in a game or in an industry that typically doesn't. I think is sort of safe to say. So in terms of that, the
replace it with
influences
Comic
range,
Sans.
From there's even some DNA shared, I think, with Destiny, with sort of Swiss modernism and that whole that whole genre of sans serif typography, all the way up through 2000s, early 90s, which is where I mentioned before. I think there is a lot of overlap there in terms of inspiration with Anti-Real, the Designers Republic, vector art, that kind of thing. Just an example of sort of an exciting part of graphic design history that feels connected to, sort of naturally connected to games. The studio that sort of drove a lot of that worked very famously on a game called Wipeout, in a very early PlayStation game, which is a big influence for us.
Wipeout.
And then all the way up to sort of current
I think it is.
may or may
I think
not
Wipeout has been an inspiration for them.
Genres.
That's true.
There's sort of a deconstructed kind of minimalism. Anti-design is another genre that I've heard it referred to. And this is just specifically thinking about typography and sort of the sort of
oh
super
god, this is good
layer of our branding and sort of in-world.
So why'd you steal it?
World building. There are a whole slew of influences when it comes to architecture and character design and world building and natural palette. So it's all a big soup.
Okay, another art question.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wrapping up the previous subject, which is like sort of on crew play. I know that we've also been exploring internally, doing a lot more tests with mixed crew sizes.
What?
We're still thinking about how we want to approach the idea of not just 1vx, but like, are there different crew sizes that we want to support? Like, you know, do we want to do something that's more about solo duo, you know, or things of that sort? We haven't really landed on a discussion point yet. Those are all investigations that we're sort of pursuing, so nothing we can commit to there, but we're definitely looking into stuff like that. We're also looking into ways that, you know, you can communicate in some way with teams that are not your team. You know, we don't know exactly what feature that could be, but we've been talking a lot about that. Yeah, so we're looking into a lot of stuff on that front to sort of improve the overall like sort of social complexity of the game, but also make it better for matchmake crews and also crews of different sizes, whether they be ones, solos, duos, or trios, to find a good experience. So. Let's see, what is another area that we've been touching on? There's so many things. Oh, progression, yes. Progression rates in the alpha were way too fast. Everybody went really far, you know, in the alpha in a very short period of time. Some of it was a lot of stuff was being gotten out. Some of it was just our tuning on factions was way too fast. Some of it, I will say that, like, that's one part of it that was true. Another part of it that was true was, what's up?
Money, credits.
Yeah, money, credits. Like, yeah, credits and material economy we're thinking about as well, you know? Like, we want to make sure that credits and materials have really distinct purposes for how you use them, and that you feel the value of using them. Right now, we don't think we landed that super well in the alpha. It was a little bit muddy, and you end up spending a lot less money than you gained, and the credits economy was a little bit more grindy than we intended. There's a lot of things like that that we want to support. Some of it is rethinking sort of how those things are distributed inside the black market, so different things that you'll buy with each one. Some of it is also, we know that part of our aspiration for the black market is that you are able to upgrade your way into sort of customizing what your black market does for you, gives you reliable ways to build the kit that you want to, especially when you're recovering, or gives you options that actually continuously help you. And that's a little hard to do. It's a little hard to target which upgrades you really, really care about right now currently, so we're thinking about how to iterate on that as well.
Yeah.
And we're doing some work already to improve that experience.
Is that right?
And then lastly, there's like a lot of progression systems that we just simply haven't put in the game yet that we are looking to help sort of like make that journey a little bit more awesome, especially as you go further into it. Things like our archive system, which is a little bit more about achievements and collection stuff that we have. As well as there's additional other things inside of there. Like,
that's why people play extraction shooters.
Factions that you haven't met yet. But yeah, and we're also trying to take all of our factions and give them a slightly more distinct identity against each other. Right now, they read definitely differently from like a lore standpoint, but like how that folds into some of the upgrade systems and some of the contracts they ask you to do is not as distinct, so we're refining that as we go along too. So
just the way it is.
yeah, those are a lot of the big beats of what we are tackling.
Yep.
What else was there in that list? I don't remember. Andrew, maybe you do.
I was gonna say it's a good amount.
It's a good amount. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
It's a good amount. Like, yeah, I think the overarching deal is like we definitely have gotten like a lot of points to improve on, and we're actively improving on them right now. And like some of our investigations for bigger ones, but I think like in general, the survival game being more robust is a huge one. Feeling more immersed in the world, having the world feel more alive.
Yeah.
Hitting on the fantasy of like being a runner, right? Like in what we call infill, which is like going from matchmaking into boots on the ground. You know, doesn't feel like super great right now, so we're actively working on that.
About?
Like,
I don't know.
I think that all the gaps that we
I'm not
heard
sure.
either from feedback or that or data that we looked at in the game of like how players resolve things. I think we have a bunch of big improvement points, and we're swinging pretty hard at all of them right now.
Yeah, definitely. I know we've spent a lot of time sort of beginning a lot of the work has already begun, but like sort of also just, you know, talking about all the sort of work we are going to do about tackling a lot of these issues as well.
So that's a good segue into a question from IMTK, who's asked, what's the biggest negative feedback from the alpha that the team is looking to change by release?
The
or at least
art,
close to
the
period
art.
after release?
The stolen art.
They're all
I
pretty
know
big
the answer to
points,
that.
I'd say.
The stolen art.
I think the survival stuff, like the run texture and the survival stuff, is probably one of the biggest ones. You know,
I know the
because
answer
we're
to
putting
that.
a lot of different points.
All of them right now.
Yeah, definitely. I know we've spent a lot of time sort of beginning a lot of the work has already begun, but like sort of also just, you know, talking about all the sort of work we are going to do about tackling a lot of these issues as well.
So So that's a good segue into a question from IMTK, who's asked, "What's the biggest negative feedback from the alpha that the team is looking to change by release,
The
or at least
art-
close to
the
the period
art.
after release?"
The stolen art.
They're all
I
pretty
know
big
the answer to that.
points, I'd say.
The stolen art.
I think the survival stuff, like the run texture and the survival stuff, is probably one of the biggest ones. You know,
I know the
because
answer
we're
to
putting
that.
a lot of different points into it. Like we're thinking about how Lars mentioned earlier about how exfilling is different. You know, inside of the game. Like for example, we might change some of the rules around exfilling and sort of the way it works
They
right now.
can't do proximity chat?
We're also thinking about everything from AI combatants to
why?
To resources.
Were
to
they
loot,
retarded?
All as part
Oh wait,
of that. You know?
actually,
So
I know why they can't do
it's a pretty
proximity
big,
chat.
Pretty big amount of stuff that we're doing in that space. The other big area I'd say is actually the creative fantasy stuff, which we're really trying to land a little bit better, like the immersive fantasy stuff. Wish we could show you some examples.
It's
and we
not
definitely will,
toxicity.
you know? But there's a lot of work.
Don't let them play that
to
off.
make sure that it really feels.
Audio isn't their thing.
That it mirrors the intensity of like the experience that we intend on the planet. You know, like really, Marathon is supposed to be about surviving Tau Ceti and the Marathon, you know, ship, and surviving that situation. Right now, it just feels like it's purely about surviving other players, and we want to really make sure that that all comes together, both from a creative and gameplay standpoint, in a really impactful
Maybe they
way.
can find an anti-art.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest one for
the audio
on combat is just
maybe that way they can fix it.
we need to make the game like we need to have a lot more options for players to kind of like resolve different scenarios differently, which is a hilarious statement, but like it's like you need to be able to again go to the point earlier, like you have to be able to peel off of AI, understand how to fight different AI, different players, how you get out, get more variety in there, and then being, you know, we did have a lot of good feedback around it requires 2 people to do anything in the game, or 2 or more, and also like how much you're reviving, and like, you know, the time it takes that for that other enemy team to or enemy squad to revive, and how long.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that we're revisiting some of the resing stuff, but
the res stuff. We're changing how that works, so that, you know, when you actually do get a pick on an enemy crew, they can't res in the time that it takes you to heal to full, which I think was a kind of a big problem. So we wanted to make sure that you by yourself have more agency and can actually affect more change in the world, but also the world really pushes back a lot more on you. So I think that's probably the biggest trend of feedback on combat that we're actively, you know, tackling from a ton of different angles, like on combatants and on, you know, the runner side and on the weapon side.
This guy.
Yep, and again,
So I got a question from. No, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was saying from the art side, you know, it's focusing on immersion and sort of divided into fidelity, sort of the technical side of our visual world, and then it's the sort of narrative. It's supporting the narrative of the runner fantasy, which there's a lot of work to do, and those are the 2 biggest takeaways for us from the art side.
There's another question, Cosmo, you said?
Yeah, so I got a question from Curiosity. It says, going forward, will we see more ways to customize and visualize, represent ourselves as players within the runner? Being one of my main questions for both gameplay and
That's actually a
immersion.
good question.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think we are going to be doing a little bit more. Like, I know Andrew's team has been working on skin work for a while, you know, in terms of just thinking about how to like give you visual options to express yourself. We're not going to talk super deep about it because we're still in the process of figuring a lot of those pieces out. But is there anything you want to share on that front, Andrew?
Yeah, we were looking at different, you know, ways for their, you know, the runners to be customized.
Why isn't
both
the art guy
gameplay-wise
talking
and
about the
also,
art?
in terms of their visual sets. We're also looking at, we're also, you know, making, you know, weapon stuff too, to express your weapons and stuff, different ways, and multiple ways, not just one.
That did trigger something that I think we forgot to talk about, that we want to talk about, was build crafting, how we're like sort of thinking a little bit more about how we want to make more distinct build crafting elements, you know?
We don't want skins,
Yeah, we're tackling build crafting in terms of 2 factors. One,
I
the
want to
runner
play
team-
my
the
own
runner team
guy.
is really figuring that out right now. They have some really good ideas. We're trying to basically learn from what we had in the alpha and then extend it in terms of like implants being a bit more interesting and kind of cores having a lot of the interest that people were kind of chasing, and so we're looking at how we can get plus up implants.
The atmosphere is so serious.
So they
Yeah, I
stand,
guess so.
up better alongside the cores. And then on weapons, we have perks only in like the upper tiers of attachments, like on purple attachments and stuff like that. So you'd have like a purple magazine that had a perk on it, or a purple barrel that had a perk. We're taking a lot of the perks and putting them into the chip attachment, and so they're not divided by the weapon or the weapon family anymore. Like the chip, they're generic, and so if you find a chip, you can put on any gun.
So it gives you more like an anchoring element then, like this like verb that you can throw on a thing. And then,
yeah, and there's more chips at like lower rarities too. So we're really looking at how we can get more of that build crafting into the weapons versus like you need a specific thing, and there being more considerations for what verb you want to add to the gun overall.
yeah,
So that's a big push that we're doing right now.
that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
So I got a
on the
question
art
from
side, I'm super excited about
Wait,
the
wait.
whole cosmetic side, the fashion game that we're gonna deliver. Our characters, our base characters, have such a unique look and sort of specific to our visual world that it's a question we've gotten a lot about.
When you say our
Well,
visual
what kind of range,
world,
what kind
does
of
that mean?
aesthetic or visual range do these runners support? And their answer is all of them.
Oh,
So, yeah, we're very excited to start.
Oh,
rolling
no
out
way.
perks and sort of, ways
I got like
for us to
the
identify
fantasy world.
more specifically
see the
with certain
upgrade.
runners or styles.
Oh, there's unicorns and teddy bears.
just stop. Turn it off.
Cool.
Just turn it off.
Cosmo.
So I got a question from Ethan. Has the team reconsidered its stance on proximity chat or exploring other ways to encourage more emerging social interactions between rival players and
Great
squads?
question.
Yeah, I think that's one of the areas that we're still brainstorming around. You know, is like how do you use Signal to other people? Like, you know, the classic friendly. You know, like what's our version of that? You know?
Well, voice chat.
Or is there a way that you can use those things in interesting ways between
Voice chat is how you do it.
right now? We don't have a solution to it just yet, you know.
Use the
but
wiggle,
we
not
are talking
Tarkov.
about it right now.
All right, I got a question from Agent. It says, would love to hear about the materials for each faction. I feel like there's way too many faction materials and it's insanely overwhelming.
Can you ask again
Materials
about
for
voice
each
chat?
faction. Oh, you
guys?
mean for the upgrades,
Ask
like to
about why
purchase
they're
the
not
upgrades and
including
stuff?
Right.
Ask it in the
I think
chat.
right now we're talking about the materials economy a little bit. You know how it all aligns to different
Yeah, I
things.
wanna
There's a
know.
couple things that I think we've learned from Alpha. One is that we want more materials that are kind of like a little bit more memorable and evocative, like we said. You know, we think we like things like you know, tick milk inside of there because it just kind of has this
What?
like interesting, evocative, like kind of like, but you kind of
Did he
question what
say
it's about.
dick
So
milk?
the creative theming of some of the materials we're taking a second pass at, but the other part of it is there is a lot of materials and they're all like sort of value graded, like in terms of thinking about
Tip
you know
milk?
like greens.
Wait,
and
he's not
blues
from
and
Blizzard,
purples
is
and
he?
stuff like that.
Uh-oh.
I try to make it a little bit easier for you to understand the value of a material, you know, as it sort of is used across
He's not from Blizzard.
like sort of recipes for trading versus like upgrades and things of that sort.
watch
It's
it
like a
stream?
sort of a top-down,
Oh,
how do we use
5,000
materials kind of thing that we're looking into. We do think that it's less about how many materials as opposed to it being clear how they're used. You know, like, and I think because part of it is that we do want there to be a big diversity of different types of things that you want to loot. But it's about you associating it with the value
Why
that
is he
you're gonna
so
be getting
sad?
from it. That's super important, and I think that we're
You
still a
know
little
why.
loose on that. and we're
Everybody
trying to
knows
tighten
why.
Yeah, we did a big pass on
Right.
relatability
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Relatability, yeah.
Which is, you know, we actually had a pass in, not for this build that everyone played, but the current build that we're in. And there's a bit more, I would say, theming, like in terms of what goes where and like what things that, you know, would go with weapon upgrades, and
Yeah.
you're like, okay, like I kind of understand that. And so there's a lot of theming discussions, a lot of relatability discussions. We're still iterating on the look sets of them as well, how they sit in the environment. Still looking at the looting moment as well. So when you open a container, that it feels really good. Right now, it kind of feels this like pop in. I know that like
Uh-huh.
some folks feel like that kind of like the pop in feels like or the pop in of the loot when you're going through a container. The searching essentially is what it is.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit like, you know, your internet is slow or something, and so we're really trying to make it feel like it's like you're actually searching through, and that feeling really rewarding when you find something in there, whether it's a material or a valuable or something else. So yeah, I think that we're looking at the organization of the materials, what they are, what they're used for, and then you know.
You have 2 Windows updates? Yeah, I know.
When you find a specific one, you're like, oh yes.
It's got some comfortable
The
angle.
other thing, it's probably,
Things are not
I mean, we haven't had a
looking
question about it yet, but I feel like we should talk about it, is bag space and all that kind of good stuff, right, Joe?
Like in terms of like thinking about, yeah, we've
Why
definitely
is he even on
we've
camera?
definitely gone back and forth on a lot of things, including around backspace, which is like we want you to feel the tension of obviously what you pick up and how much of it you pick up, right? But we also want you to like think more about what, like right now, for example,
Just leave,
I would say
man.
our looting is very much based on sort of stack value in a size, you know, where it's like,
It's a
we have
punishment?
a lot of things that accomplish. It's like how much value do you get stacking something inside of a specific slot as opposed to getting a variety of different types of values out of things, you know?
So why no
something we've been
proximity
talking a
voice
lot
chat?
about. And yeah, we might be
not?
changing some icon sizes or things like that in the future, you know, or like basically some of the sizing of different types of things inside of your bag just to make it the puzzle a little bit better. But there's a lot of iterations we're going to do on that front. We are going to make it probably a little bit rarer for you to find bags, but we're going to try to make it easier for you to like reliably get them from the black market and things of that sort. So we're shifting some of those.
It's
those
almost like they're
equations around.
punishing him.
Yeah, base bag space is always the topic
Like,
of
you're gonna
conversation.
sit
Base
there and you're
bag
gonna
Base
like
bag
it.
space is
I'm
always the big discussion.
I think we're still talking about base bag space. You know, like basically the thing is we don't want you to not
This is
feel like
what
you
you
want to
get.
get a bag. You know, right? Like I think it's like it's weird if you always feel like you have enough space and you don't need a bag. You know, but I do think that we're still one, like we still want to make sure that tension feels
You're not
right,
really
you know?
asking questions? Answering questions? No, they're not. What about
So I got a
proximity voice
question
chat?
from Zionlist. It says, is there plans to add guaranteed ways to build craft? I heard lots about build crafting, but not being able to get a loadout I designed without hopefully randomly stumbling
Jesus.
upon it sounds bad. I would like to see crafting system, or at least have the option to change cores with some material expenses.
I think we're trying to make the lower level of the baselining of
How many years do you
build
think the live
crafting
stream would have if
something
it
that
wasn't
you
for the
can
stolen art?
establish through black market a little bit easier, you know, like acquire and build in that way. But but there's always going to be like a difference when it comes to high rarity things. High rarity things, like for example, there will be builds that involved having a really rare item that may not be something you can always have. But like we want you to get more
Jeez.
involved at the lower
I
level
don't
of build
know.
crafting where you feel like you can actually kind of do that kind of thing.
I mean, I'm sure
but yeah,
dozens
Andrew,
of
I know
people
you-
would have
you're
tuned in.
something-
I think we agree with the statement that was in the question, which is like it feels hard to maintain like
Right.
a build, and we need to. And we're looking through a bunch of ways, through black market or like through bartering or something like that to
Exactly.
kind of like be
Move
able
on
to
now. We will
get
if
the
it
right
goes over
verbs.
an
Maybe
hour.
it's not the same.
I'm
thing
assuming
that
it's
you
gonna
want,
go
because
for
we
an
still want you
hour
to
and
kind
it's
of
about
go
to be
and loop
over.
things, but we want to have you have verbs that you're like, I like when I'm playing glitch and like this is like the overall verb set I like for the glitch, and you having more opportunity to be able to go back to that well versus like, oh, though my access to the well is purely based off of the randomness
Will
of the
Joe
container.
speak again?
I think that's it. I think it's like if you think of like if the like lower level version,
Yeah, I
the
don't
middle
know.
version, and the perfect version of it, right?
Ooh.
We want you to have access to like the lower or middle version, depending on how you've done that. But the perfect version of it, I think some pieces will still be, things that if you lose them, you'll have to find them again,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Drifter wants to know, is there any discussion on reworking the Resurrection of Dead Teammates system? I'd like to see this addressed before launch, as rezzing dead bodies seems free, is bad for the tempo of the game.
We concur. Yep, I'll just jump in and say yes, we
Talked a lot
concur.
about it, yeah.
Yes, we concur. Whereas about a bunch of work is going into it right now. We basically have our kind of one axis of assault we have for right now is increasing the resurrection time and also having it so that every time you go down, the timer does get increased. And so if you keep on going down, like you kind of like your ability to come back into, back from the abyss is harder and harder. We're
Never
also
had any
looking at. We
communication.
also did a bunch of changes in the alpha around like the the timer, saved progress timer. So when alpha first came out, it saved your progress the entire time, and so you could like get to halfway, take a fight, and then go back and kind of just pay for the half of the res timer. Where we did have a decay, a reaggressive decay on that, so it goes down. And we're looking at other things too. That if that's not enough, we definitely know that resing feels a bit too free. We're also taking a look at the messaging. I know that there's the that little the little stick figure above the bags and stuff that we adorably call the little gentleman above the bags. We're looking at that actually being a tell, so you can't just like camp the bags the entire time. Wow. We like the texture of being able to know whether or not like a crew was downed and like making combat decisions as a crew about that, so you can kind of like coalesce from information. But I think we're seeing that there's once you give too much information, obviously like it just like you can have too much action in terms of what to do and where like you can stay in the area knowing that there might be like a clutch play happening or something. So I would say we agree with the baseline is that resing is too free, and we're not looking for just purely punishments where if you do get fully dead, like you feel like coming back and being alive is like not worth the time. That's definitely something we don't want to do, and so we're trying to make it so that there is a thing for continuously dying and then resing.
We got 5 minutes left. If they don't end it in 5 minutes, we're done.
It's not a guaranteed thing.
I know we've talked about it, but I think the sort of place we're trying to land ultimately is that if a person gets down,
I want to see if they're going to end it
like
and
not
say
down,
anything.
but like not completely eliminated, but like down.
Life is
right?
suffering.
Like
Is that
down.
true?
Rising them
I
in
think that's what
combat
Joe
is hard,
said,
but
right?
it's doable. And if they get eliminated, getting them out, like rising them in combat is really, really, really like very almost difficult to do, right? You really want to do it once you've cleared the area. Is that the intent?
Yeah, we want it to be that like doing it in a fight is not as you don't want to take that on as often as you did in the alpha. Like I think that's something we're seeing is that like you saw folks in the middle of a fight go in the back and like res somebody, and then like now it's like the numbers game of it's like okay, it's 2v3, okay now it's 3v3, okay now it's 2v2, now it's 1v2, okay now it's 3v2, and so we're definitely working on that, and so not that we definitely don't want it to like remove it from the game entirely, because we do think that it gives a bit more of that social texture to the crew play, or even like if you're playing whether a duo or a trio or something.
Say
but
that
we
this
definitely
live
don't want to
stream
make
isn't
it
very
like the
good.
obvious choice where there's
like they don't
we
have
want death to matter.
the
and
names
I think
of
that,
the people that are speaking.
there's a
I don't even
feeling
know
that
who's
people
talking right now.
death does not feel
Like
A lot of questions in chat about like where is the alien? There's another question
About
like
the
where is the full
survive. It is not ready yet. It cannot be done. That ability is not yet recharged.
May their corpses rot here.
I must wait to use that ability. It is not ready yet. Ha! A vicious strike! That ability is not yet recharged. I must wait to use that ability. Breaks. It is not ready yet. The gods that ability is not yet recharged. I will not do that. Your flaws are revealed. I must wait to use that ability. The Rift Guardian has found. I am returning to town.
All right, I'm back.
Your trial is complete. Unleash your power, champion. What you ask is impossible. That ability is not yet recharged. It is not ready yet. You are defeated. My will falters. That ability is not yet recharged. of Yitar. That ability is not yet recharged. The storm breaks. I will not do that. I must wait to use that ability. It is not ready yet. Break beneath the endless tide. I must wait to use that ability. It cannot be done. What you ask is impossible. It cannot be done. Your strength fails. That ability is not yet recharged. I must wait to use that ability. You are defeated. It is not ready yet. I will not do that. This fight is over. I need that ability is not yet recharged. I must wait to use that ability. Your flaws are revealed. It is not ready yet. Ha! A vicious strike. It cannot be done. I am returning to town.
Your death is sure after that hit.
Your valor is unsurpassed.
4, are they coming? You want to speak to any of it?
I mean, we have plans for like a lot of alien stuff coming in the future.
It's
you know,
not
that we
coming.
don't really
It won't be on
want to talk
release.
about. There is some other stuff that has to do with like
Yeah. Okay.
the 4. We have a touch of it already that we have in testing. You know, but I can't. But I don't know if we're ready
Yeah,
to
it's not gonna happen.
talk about all those plans yet. I mean, like those are. It's content, but it's not kind of we're ready to show yet. If that makes sense. But yeah.
Yeah, part of like part of the baseline of Marathon right now is the table stakes of the universe, right?
Yeah.
And then
Table stakes.
we're trying to build, but not like build in like a forever way, but like build aggressively towards
Who's talking? Nobody asked these questions. Somebody asked
the
the question
alien
in
friction
chat.
that
Why
I think
is your
everyone's
game
kind
so
of like
good?
leaning at and kind of like and heading towards of like in their wants.
Somebody asked,
but
is it
we're
hard
trying
working
to
on a
get
game with
there
such
in a
high
way where we get
expectations?
the table stakes, and then we go from there. Even some of our weapons, I know that there was some folks that were just like, where's the where's the 4 rifle, right? Where's the giant pink 4 rifle from the first marathon game? And we're setting the baseline, but that doesn't mean that we're not invested there or anything. It doesn't. It just means that this is the baseline of where we're going to get to. We're definitely conscious of starting from a place that we can grow and get crazier from here. And if you start at full volume, you know, there's kind of no place to go. You're going to get to the ceiling and you crush up against the ceiling pretty fast. But that doesn't mean we're not invested in those areas. I think we're pretty heavily invested.
Yeah, I mean,
and
like
we'll talk
ultimately,
about
we're at the start of a journey that we hope Marathon is taking towards, you know, telling a much bigger story, you know, but you want to start at a place that makes sense.
Yeah, there was a really great conversation
You
yesterday
pride yourself
about
on this game?
something in this vein, and
Jesus.
the excitement was
Well,
very
this guy's
high
a
in the
fucking
room
savage.
about it. So
Yeah.
if you like
Oh my God.
if you like aliens and mystery, I think we're actively having good conversations about that.
Okay. Well,
Yet recharged.
I feel like we say we talk a lot on here. We have conversations about. There's things we're building. I guess like what
Yeah,
is
there are things we're building. There's things we talk about with the goal of building, and then things we talk about knowing we'll be building them even further in the future, and all those things are true. Yeah.
yeah.
It's like what do we do?
All right, we got time for one more question. Are there any plans to expand the verticality of the early game maps by increasing their depth and complexity? For example, by adding more underground locations that could be unlocked through collective community progress or completing some kind of raid-like mechanic?
We've talked about how we use we're probably going to be shifting around how we use some of the existing spaces, to be fair, like in terms of thinking about how we're going to add more complexity in ways that we approach those maps, right, Lars? Like in terms of thinking about it, but like I know we've talked about how as like a live game we want to continuously sort of like add to these maps and think about them in the future. But yeah. Lars, I know you guys have talked about it.
Yeah, I think
you're right.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it. Where you were just talking about the alien stuff and how we started the baseline. I think the maps we think about it in the same way, and obviously there were some nooks and crannies in the maps that were in the alpha, and it obviously wasn't all of the content we plan to have when the game comes out. And so, but yeah, we see it as, again, creating like this really satisfying baseline and then looking for room to grow and how we increase that complexity over time. And I would say some of the maps, the newer maps that we're working on right now, take that into account, even more so than Perimeter and Marsh. Even though we had a lot of those conversations early on about Perimeter and Marsh as well, and then which saw things like the underground sort of gold locked room that was underneath AI Plank, or the sort of twisty and turny tunnels that are underneath bio research. And so again, I think it's like starting at the baseline and then figuring out the right things to add and thinking about that approach from first principles going forward too.
Yeah.
All right, Joe, do you want to close us out with anything?
Yeah, once again, I want to appreciate everybody for like sort of not just joining us here, but also who are participating in the alpha, or whoever was part of watching it, or just even part of the discourse. We really appreciate it. We're really like excited that a lot of people are interested in sort of seeing where we evolve this game and sort of how we're continuing to iterate on it and make it better. So thank you all for the feedback. Thank you all for the questions. Thank you all for the sort of support and for sharing your feedback and opinions with us. It's all super valuable, and we've been listening. We're like constantly talking about how to tackle it. We're doing a lot of things already to tackle it. We're sorry we couldn't show anything this week. Unexpected conditions came up, but next time we want to be showing you a little bit more about what we're working on, and hopefully that'll be exciting to see. But yeah, thank you all very much.
Wow.
Look forward to talking to you again soon. Yeah.
Tell him to raid me.
You.
Well,
The treasure could be of use to us.
that's just the way it goes, guys. That's the way it is. So they didn't really address it. They just talked about some bullshit for a while. Man, I really gotta say, guys, this isn't looking good for Marathon. It's not. There's nothing that's looking good about this at all. It's a shameful display. I mean, look at the amount of audio issues that they had. Like, again, you can't figure out a live stream. You can't figure out your audio. You can't get a Discord call to work. You can't even get their names on the screen. You can't fucking figure out, you can't do the art the right way. The characters look like garbage. Like, this is it, guys. So, there's, you ever heard the phrase, sometimes you know when to hold them, sometimes you gotta know when to fold them? I think it might be time to fold. I think it might just be time to fold. We did a poll during the event, and it was about if the new name for Marathon is either Art Raiders or Concord 2. It seems like Art Raiders came out ahead, but Concord 2 had a pretty good amount of showing as well. And so, yeah, that's pretty much it. Art Raiders 1000. Yeah, there we go. That was a disaster. Wow. Bro, that is fucking iconic. I'm gonna be honest, bro. That is fucking iconic. Oh, jeez. Wow.
What you ask is impossible.
Man. That's too bad. Poor dude. I honestly, he was the one that's, you are in charge of the art direction of this game. And it is yet another flaccid, boring, lame, like Western video game with a bunch of ugly, androgynous, weird looking characters that are not appealing to anyone. And you've done this. Like, so even besides this, like, this is, it sucks. It sucks. The whole thing sucked. And so it's DEI slop. Well, I'm not going to say that, but I think a lot of people would. I'll tell you that. And so, anyway, that's apparently what's going to happen. Bungie should respectfully close the project, salvage what they can. Yeah, maybe they should. And how fucked was that? Uninspired thievery on display with total lack of passion from the dev team. I mean, this guy at least seemed like he gave a shit, and I'm sure some of the other guys gave a shit too. But, man, I really feel bad. The art for the game is, like, some of it is okay. The stuff they stole was okay. But the character designs were just garbage, and I don't know what they were thinking by going after them. And, man, they're real. Users 4. There we go. And seeing so much of you defend this shit as abhorrent, it makes my skin crawl. Seek help. Tomorrow's live show will be the most uncomfortable thing to watch. It will be the most uncomfortable thing to watch. Yep, there it is. There's no way to be tactful about it. Ignoring it is bad, and even having a message at the beginning doesn't really mean much when 90% of the stream will contain stolen art. Yep, well, I didn't either. Then it hit me. I didn't even think about this. It's going to 100% be awkward. Well, it certainly was. The game is cursed. Yep, it seems that way. They deserve every awkward, prolonged second that comes with it. I doubt they'll say anything because of HR. Well, they did. And so there we go, guys. There's the event, and we'll look at what some of the new posts about it are. And there it is. There it is. Wow. And wow, do you think it's a bad time to talk about the Thief Runner? Yeah, I think so. True marathon inspiration and marathon style. And post alpha, please don't fumble the stream. Please don't fumble the stream. Well, there it is. I guess so. They fumbled it. Well, I don't think it was really that good. I think that honestly, it was going to be bad no matter what. It doesn't matter what they would have done, what would have happened. It was going to be bad regardless. Oh, here we go. They're talking about it now, finally. So we have another... See, I like Conor McGregor.
On May 16th, U.S. President Donald Trump said in an interview that if China does not sign the latest trade agreement with the U.S., their economy would collapse. At the same time, Australian company Lynas Rare Earth announced major news. Their new factory has been completed and has officially started commercial production of heavy rare earth materials. What does this mean? The CCP's strongest card in the trade war, the rare earth monopoly, is facing collapse. The trump card they once held no longer seems threatening. On May 16th, Lynas announced a major breakthrough. Their factory in Kuantan, Malaysia, has successfully started commercial production of dysprosium oxide. This officially makes Lynas the world's first company outside of China capable of stable separation and mass production of heavy rare earth elements. The factory is located in the Gebeng industrial area near Kuantan, the capital of Pahang State in Malaysia. It covers an area of 100 hectares. According to Lynas, the first batch of dysprosium oxide was produced in the first quarter of this year. Why is the commercial production of dysprosium oxide so important that Lynas made such a major announcement? The reason goes beyond a technological breakthrough. It represents a strategic breakthrough involving supply chain security and geopolitical concerns. Dysprosium and terbium are core elements used to manufacture high-performance permanent magnets, especially in advanced materials like neodymium iron-boron magnets. These magnets offer high-temperature stability and strong resistance to demagnetization. They're widely used in electric vehicle motors, wind turbines, military radars, missile systems, submarine propulsion, and AI smart devices. From small devices like iPhones to large machines like fighter jets, dysprosium and terbium may be small elements, but they are the critical heart of modern industry, especially in the era of green energy transformation and advanced defense upgrades. But the refining technology for heavy rare earth elements is extremely complex, and the resources are very scarce. Currently, over 90% of the global heavy rare earth separation capacity remains concentrated within China, creating a highly centralized supply chain bottleneck. Since 2023, the CCP has gradually imposed export restrictions on several critical metals, including gallium, germanium, graphite, and heavy rare earth elements like dysprosium and terbium, citing national security and resource protection. These policies have quickly raised alarms among industrial powers in Europe, the US, and Japan. Almost all sectors, from electric vehicles and renewable energy to military equipment and AI technology, depend on these key materials. If China uses these materials as bargaining chips or even cuts off exports, Western countries' supply chains would face a severe material shortage, causing widespread impact from energy production to national defense. Their suspicions proved well-founded. The CCP has long viewed rare earth resources as bargaining chips, even weaponizing them as leverage to pressure and retaliate against rivals. This strategy has been clearly used in multiple international disputes. As early as 2010, after a diplomatic conflict erupted between China and Japan over the Senkaku Islands, Beijing temporarily restricted rare earth exports to Japan. This created a brief disruption in Japan's manufacturing supply chain. This move was widely seen as China's first use of rare earth resources as a tool for diplomatic retaliation. During the peak of the China-US trade war from 2018 to 2020, Chinese state media and senior officials repeatedly hinted that if the US continued to impose tariffs and suppress Chinese high-tech companies, China might consider restricting rare earth exports as a countermeasure. At that time, state media People's Daily even published a rare article stating, "Do not underestimate China's ability to retaliate. Rare earths are not useless." Additionally, during sensitive periods related to the Taiwan issue, Beijing also sent multiple signals involving rare earths, including threats to cut off key resource supplies to some countries supporting separatist forces. Although these actions were never formal policies, they were reinforced through media narratives and official statements, creating a strong international impression that the CCP uses resources as a weapon. As Western countries increasingly depend on green energy and advanced technology, the strategic value of rare earths has soared. The CCP is well aware of this and has used this advantage more frequently to exert political influence. At the same time, global mainstream media have amplified these risks, further heightening concerns over China's rare earth monopoly. For this reason, Lyna's successful commercial mass production of dysprosium oxide at its Malaysia factory is not only a business triumph, but also a significant milestone for Western countries in achieving rare earth independence. Lynas is currently the only company in the world capable of large-scale rare earth separation and refining outside China. This move means the West has achieved partial technological and production independence in heavy rare earths for the first time. It also signals a potential reshaping of the global rare earth supply chain and a substantial reduction in strategic dependence on Chinese rare earths. Lynas CEO Amanda Lacasse emphasized, "The production of this on-spec DY is a significant step for supply chain resilience and provides customers with the option of sourcing product from an outside China supplier." She also mentioned that the company is currently negotiating supply agreements with customers in Japan, the US, and Europe. Everyone understands that supply chain diversification is a global trend, and Lynas is right at the forefront of this wave. Furthermore, Lynas plans to begin mass production of terbium oxide in June, further strengthening its leading position in the global rare earth market. In fact, Lynas has been processing rare earth ores mined from Mount Weld in Western Australia in its Malaysia factory since 2012. This new production line is just part of their global strategic layout. Their processing involves three main steps: crushing and leaching, solvent extraction, and final product refining. Their customers span East Asia, the US, and Europe. To support this development, the US Department of Defense announced in 2023 that it would increase funding for Lynas's new facility in Texas to $258 million. The plant is expected to begin operations in 2026, with the goal of building a rare earth supply chain that does not rely on China. In recent years, both the US and Europe have been actively promoting supply chain de-risking and decoupling from China. A series of laws and subsidies have been rolled out, aiming to establish stable sources of supply either domestically or in partner countries. Since taking office in January, President Trump has made rare earths and critical minerals a national security priority. In March, he invoked the Defense Production Act to speed up domestic mining projects and introduced a series of support measures, including loans, tax breaks, and industrial investments. In April, he issued another executive order, launching a national security investigation under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act to strengthen control over critical mineral resources. A board member of American Rare Earths and co-chair of the Institute of Critical Minerals, Melissa Sanderson, pointed out that while the U.S. actually has most of the 17 rare earth elements and 50 critical minerals underground, the real issue is the lack of industrial capacity to process them into metals or magnets. In an interview, she said the number of magnet manufacturers in the U.S. right now is 0. In early April, China announced export restrictions on 7 heavy rare earth elements. The move was widely seen as a direct response to President Trump's April 2nd decision to sharply raise tariffs on Chinese goods. Before the latest 90-day tariff pause was announced, the average U.S. tariff on Chinese products had already surged to as high as 145%. While some electronic products were temporarily excluded, it remains unclear whether the scope of tariffs will expand in the future. Sanderson said that the current administration understands the serious gap in our domestic capacity as it pushes forward development in the strategic sector. She added that this isn't just a play on words, it's truly a critical issue. In every aspect, the U.S. is at least 4 to 5 years behind. To address this, on April 2nd, President Trump officially signed an executive order directing Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to submit a detailed plan within 180 days. The plan will outline how the federal government should support the creation of a circular domestic rare earth supply chain in the U.S. The idea of a circular system goes beyond mining new resources. It also focuses on recycling rare earth metals, localizing processing capabilities, and fully integrating the supply chain from raw materials to finished products. The ultimate goal is to eliminate dependence on China and achieve strategic autonomy in critical minerals. The executive order makes it clear critical raw materials like rare earths must never again be controlled by a country that could weaponize them at any moment. Especially now, as the trade and tech wars between the US and China intensify, rare earths are no longer just about green energy and high-tech industries. They're vital to national security sectors like defense, aerospace, and semiconductors. Economist and columnist Antonio Graceffo stated that as long as the government significantly reforms mining permits and eases regulations, and both government and industry work together, the American industrial sector will follow. He put it bluntly, the short answer is if China bans the sale of rare earth minerals to the United States permanently, that's a positive thing, because it's going to force the United States to find a solution. Graceffo has long studied U.S.-China trade, and he pointed out that the U.S. already has several alternative options, including ongoing discussions for cooperation with Ukraine. He said, absolutely, we can overcome the problem. In the long run, if China cuts us off, industry will definitely find a way. An economics professor at the Colorado School of Mines, Ian Lange, also remains optimistic. He believes that even if the restricted rare earths materials are cut off, they are not entirely irreplaceable. He's heard that some manufacturers have even said they can continue production without those specific elements. He said that we'll have to wait and see whether this is a real restriction or just another hurdle we need to overcome. Over the past few years, we've been steadily building our own supply chain. In fact, we're not far from achieving true domestic production. At the same time, he also questioned whether China can truly sustain such export bans in the long term. After all, the U.S. industrial sector is the largest buyer of Chinese rare earths. His doubts have largely been validated. Financial reports from several Chinese rare earth companies show that both revenue and profits fell short last year, with performance clearly declining. On April 18th, industry leader China Northern Rare Earth Group released its annual report, showing a full-year revenue of around 33 billion yuan, down about 1.6% year-on-year. Net profit, attributable to shareholders, was only 1 billion yuan, a sharp drop of nearly 58%, almost cut in half. In 2023, the company had already seen a 60% year-on-year decline in net profit, signaling early signs of weakness. Another state-owned enterprise, China Rare Earth Group, reported even worse figures. The company expects to post a loss of 270 to 360 million yuan in 2024. In comparison, it made a profit of 420 million yuan in 2023, a year-on-year drop of nearly 46%. Now, it's not just about shrinking profits. The company has also fallen into the red. The simultaneous slowdown of these two industry giants reflects the multiple pressures facing China's rare earth sector in the current global environment. Industry analysts believe that rare earth price volatility is one of the most direct reasons behind the decline. Although some rare earth prices have slightly rebounded in 2025, China's export controls have made overseas demand highly uncertain, which has in turn dampened domestic market confidence. The industry also faces long-standing internal issues. One major problem is overcapacity. In regions like Jiangxi and Inner Mongolia, earlier efforts to aggressively expand production to capture market share have now left many production lines running at half capacity, with serious inventory buildup. There's also cutthroat competition. Some companies, in order to secure orders, are selling at cost or even below cost. Over time, this has severely squeezed profit margins across the country. Adding to the challenge are rapidly rising environmental costs. Major production hubs like Baotou and Guangzhou have significantly increased their environmental spending, pushing up operational costs for companies, while prices have struggled to rise in step. Looking ahead, the overall performance of China's rare earth industry is likely to decline even further. It's clear that the CCP tried to use rare earth export restrictions as a way to counter the pressure from U.S. tariffs, but based on current outcomes, the effectiveness of this strategy remains highly questionable. In addition, although China has long been the world's largest producer and exporter of rare earths, holding a dominant position in the global supply chain, this image of a resource powerhouse hides a number of technological and industrial consequences that are now gradually coming to light. The first is the environmental cost. Much of China's rise in the rare earth industry came at the expense of the environment. Since the 1990s, China has carried out large-scale rare earth mining to capture international market share, but with little to no environmental oversight at the time. This led to severe pollution in many areas, excessive heavy metals, widespread acidic wastewater, and even radioactive residues. Baotou in Inner Mongolia is China's most important light rare earth production area, and also the world's largest rare earth oxide base. But years of large-scale mining and smelting have caused severe pollution. The most notorious example is a rare earth tailings pond known as the Black Lake. Covering more than 10 square kilometers, it has long discharged wastewater containing sulfuric acid, nitric acid, ammonia, and radioactive substances. Reports from the BBC and Southern Weekly reveal that nearby villagers describe the lake water as foul-smelling and pungent, the land as infertile, and they note a rise in livestock death rates. In southern China, Ganzhou in Jiangxi province is also facing an ecological crisis due to rare earth mining. As a major production area, several counties in Ganzhou have suffered from illegal mining and crude ore washing. This has led to ponds turning red, farmland withering, and water resources becoming polluted. Investigations show that some villages have cancer rates far above the national average, earning them the label cancer villages. Even more serious, the underground water system has been contaminated over the long term, threatening residents' drinking water. The second major issue is severely lagging processing technology. Although China leads globally in earth mining and production volume, it falls far behind technical powerhouses like Japan and the United States in critical areas such as deep processing, high-end magnetic materials, and precision refining. For example, high-performance magnets used in military radar, electric vehicle motors, and aerospace equipment require extremely precise manufacturing. Most of these technologies in China still rely on imports or imitation, making it difficult to achieve a fully autonomous supply chain from mine to missile. In short, China controls the resources but remains stuck at the mid to low end of the global value chain. At the same time, the backlash effect is becoming increasingly apparent. In the past, the CCP tried to use the rare earth card to pressure the West, treating it as a bargaining chip. But the reality is that once China restricts exports, Western countries immediately begin decoupling and developing alternatives. For example, Australia's Lynas, America's MP Materials, and even India and Canada are building their own rare earth supply chains, with a goal of breaking free from dependence on China. The result is that China holds the resources, but struggles to sell them. Without technological breakthroughs, there's no clear path to upgrading. Finally, there's a gap in talent and innovation. Although China has led the world in rare earth production for years, it clearly lags behind in research and innovation. Many companies rely heavily on resource extraction for profit, leading to serious underinvestment in material science, magnetics, and metallurgy. Truly skilled experts in high-end technology are scarce. By contrast, Japan, Germany, and the United States have long integrated rare earth strategy deeply into future core industries such as AI, defense, and renewable energy. It seems that it's not the U.S. rare earth market that cannot do without China, but rather China that cannot do without the markets and innovative technologies provided by major powers. Overall, while China may appear to be a rare earth powerhouse on the surface, the reality is quite different. Environmental damage is severe, high-end technology remains bottlenecked, market mechanisms are distorted, and foreign demand is steadily drifting away. These are the real heavy costs behind China's so-called resource dividend.
It cannot be done. I must wait to use that ability. can't do that. I have been healed. I can't do that. Guitar has raised me to new heights. Your strength failed. That ability is not yet recharged. My will. It is not ready yet. The Rift Guardian has found. That ability is not yet recharged. I can't do that. I will return. It is not ready yet.
You have triumphed. Let's see what we can do. You have a gem?
I need to go back. Well done, champion.
看一个县城网友分享的，他们单位发不出工资了。
I saw someone share that their workplace couldn't pay salaries anymore. So what did the leaders do? They took everyone to the bank to get a loan, then used the loan money to pay our salaries. I was stunned. After finally passing the civil service exam, I never expected something like this. Borrowing money just to pay myself. When I got the salary, my feelings were really complicated. I didn't know whether I should cry or laugh.
A Chengdu-based influencer said civil servants, who were long considered those with iron rice bowls in China, have to borrow money to pay salaries. This absurd scene is only the tip of the iceberg, reflecting China's current reality. In today's China, stable jobs like civil servants and teachers are now facing an unprecedented wave of delayed or unpaid wages. More and more public sector workers face unpaid wages, cut subsidies, and disappearing performance bonuses. Their lives are becoming increasingly difficult. This is not just a local issue, but a nationwide chain reaction due to fiscal pressure. It used to be that once you entered the system, you were secure, but this belief is now being shattered by reality.
Right now, I'd say the people having the hardest time in Zhenzhou are those of us working in government units here. Many places can't even pay salaries anymore. For those that can, most have started cutting pay or reducing benefits. On top of that, the system is beginning to lay people off. If it weren't so hard to find jobs, many of us would have already started to push back. Not only is the work stressful, but there are also so many strict rules. A client once told me that colleagues have to be very careful with what they say. Even on social media, no one dares to post freely. Work is dull and boring. Meetings every day, and when problems come up, everyone just passes the buck.
According to Radio Free Asia, on May 9th, multiple districts in Zhengzhou have reported cases of teachers and civil servants experiencing delayed wages. Performance bonuses and allowances have been cancelled, and basic monthly salaries have dropped from around 5,000 yuan to around 3,000 yuan. It's even more severe in Fangchenggang, Guangxi province. On May 9th, a teacher posted on social media that their December 2024 performance bonus was never paid, and basic wages have been delayed for 7 months. Despite repeated complaints to the school and supervisors, there's no clear response. Everyone has had to rely on loans and side jobs to barely get by. A commenter lamented, "After teaching for so many years, I never imagined I would worry about getting paid." Another public sector worker in Guangxi wrote that their city has not paid any performance bonuses for 4 consecutive months. Basic wages barely hold, but performance pay has disappeared. This complaint sparked widespread discussion among public sector employees across China. Civil servants and public employees from Hunan, Henan, Guizhou, and Gansu commented, "Same here, no updates for 3 months." One blunt comment pointed out, "It's not about having a position, but about whether there is funding." On May 13th, A public sector employee in Guilin, Guangxi, posted on social media, harshly criticizing the long-term delay in performance bonuses for local public institutions. For city-level public staff, performance pay was only issued up to the first half of 2023, with no payments afterward. This complaint quickly attracted widespread attention. Public sector employees in Guilin commented, "We're all the same. It's been dragged on forever. No year-end bonuses or performance pay at all." Some even joked, "The iron rice bowl is starting to rust." Insiders revealed that Guilin's fiscal situation has been under obvious pressure in recent years. Local revenue growth is weak, and with a sharp drop in land transfer fees and unchanged fixed expenditures, various subsidies, including performance pay, are frequently delayed. Frontline workers said, "This not only affects our lives, but severely dampens our motivation." Experts point out that the lack of performance pay under fiscal tightening has become a widespread problem for local governments in China. If unresolved long-term, it may trigger larger unrest and a crisis of trust. Many places have implemented tight budget policies for years with little success. Fiscal difficulties have only worsened. Commentators said, "The public sector isn't unstable, it's stably out of money." This phenomenon has led many young public employees to rethink the meaning of the so-called iron rice bowl. A blogger posted a video saying that there's now a crying poor trend within China's public sector. For the past 2 years, I don't know what's going on, but among my friends working in the public sector, 8 out of 10 are crying about debts. Isn't the iron rice supposed to be very stable? With social insurance and housing funds paid, the salary may not be very high, but with car allowances, housing subsidies, and all sorts of extras, the take-home pay shouldn't be that bad. Even if you have a mortgage, using the housing fund to pay monthly installments should be enough. So how come they're all drowning in debt? A netizen from Hubei said many of his friends in public institutions have recently been crying about their financial situation, but he believes they're not completely broke. The gap compared to before is just too large. He mentioned his father, a teacher from a small county town in Yunnan. From 2016 to 2018, with salary and various subsidies, he could earn 10,000 to 20,000 yuan per month and lived quite well. But after the CCP launched poverty alleviation efforts at the end of 2018, local governments ran out of money. Subsidies became irregular, and now monthly pay is only around 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. According to Radio Free Asia, similar situations have emerged not only in Yunnan, but also in Shandong. Local resident Li Xia said that not only teachers, but even civil servants have been affected by wage delays. She said township civil servant salaries dropped from 5,000 yuan to 4,000 and even 3,000 yuan, with delays of 10 to 15 days being common. Zhang Cheng, working in construction in Dongguan, Guangdong, also said salary cuts are happening nationwide, with annual pay dropping by tens of thousands of yuan. Reports show that in 2024, 11 provinces have started cutting civil servants' pay or suspending performance bonuses. Liuzhou, Guangxi, cut wages by 15%. Yan'an, Shanxi, suspended performance bonuses entirely. And township civil servants in Fuyang, Anhui, received only basic wages for 3 consecutive months, with take-home pay as low as 2,100 yuan. A netizen exposed that grassroots units in Jiangdu district, Yangzhou, had not paid full wages for several months. Some township civil servants and staff fell into financial hardship. One low-level worker said helplessly, "Not only are performance bonuses gone, but even basic wages are delayed. We live month to month by borrowing money." Another netizen lamented, "I studied for the civil service exam for 3 years, only to find out I'm a day laborer for the country. I work from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., earning 3,000 yuan salary, but I bear local debt of 10 million yuan." Locals confirmed that some units sent notifications that, due to financial strain, salary payments are temporarily suspended. These notices lacked a clear timeline for back pay. Insiders revealed that local fiscal pressure from factors such as sharp decreases in land transfer fees make it difficult for some districts and counties to maintain normal financial operations. Wage arrears affect more than civil servants and teachers. Hospitals and enterprises are also struggling. A blogger in Sichuan said she could no longer persist in the medical field, despite having endured the pandemic.
我是一名从事了4年的小护士。
She said, "I've been a junior nurse for 4 years. I witnessed the hospital's ups and downs. When I joined, it was the height of the pandemic. I went out to support testing, doing nucleic acid tests without compensation. It was purely volunteer work. Although tiring, I felt if the country needs you, you should step up. But after the pandemic ended, by late 2024, the hospital declined. They started delaying wages and even social insurance payments. We thought the hospital had difficulties and waited, expecting things to gradually improve. But it only got worse. Salaries haven't been paid for 7 to 8 months, not even a living allowance. Now we work in debt. Social insurance hadn't been paid for a year. Eventually, we had to fight for our wages. The blogger said she worked hard to obtain her nursing certificates, but she still couldn't avoid the impact of the overall environment. She has made countless trips to government departments, but only received soothing words. Complaints offices have no real solutions. Arbitration processes take 3 months to start. She lamented that it's extremely difficult for ordinary people to recover their wages, and now many rely on side jobs to survive. Many colleagues are worse off, and some cannot endure any longer. According to a January 2025 survey by Caixin, public hospitals in 18 provinces across China have experienced cuts, delays, or cancellations of performance pay for medical staff. Many doctors report on Zhihu that their bonuses were cut in half, leading many nurses to resign en masse. On social media, some doctors report sharp salary reductions. A police officer said his monthly pay is only 3,700 yuan, even having to pay for gas for his patrol vehicle out of pocket. In April 2025, rumors of layoffs at 2 top-tier hospitals in Shanghai circulated widely online. On April 13th, a netizen posted on Weibo that 2 top-level Shanghai hospitals plan to lay off 30% of its staff. Insiders say Shanghai 10th People's Hospital and Tongji Hospital have started layoffs. Administrative and logistical positions are cut first. Contracts for admin staff are not renewed, and some employees faced pay cuts. Reports say that some hospital administrators who previously earned tens of thousands monthly have been reassigned to work as patient guides with salaries cut from 20,000 to 8,000 yuan. The publicity department staff was cut from 8 to 3 people. Remaining staff have to write materials and assist outpatient clinics, requiring higher efficiency. Hospitals cut 30% of logistics staff. Even the hospital director's secretary was reassigned to patient guiding duties. Medical staff privately complain that administrative and logistics employees sit in offices all day but earn higher salaries than surgeons. So where does this wave of wage arrears originate? Some analysts say the root cause lies in the collapse of land-based fiscal revenue. Jia Lingming, a retired teacher from Henan, told Radio Free Asia that this phenomenon is related to the increasing strain on local government finances. She noted that since last year, many civil servants have complained about receiving only basic salaries, with also pay is just 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. She explained that local governments fall into fiscal distress largely because land transfer revenues have plummeted, combined with a continued slump in the real estate market, which has long relied on selling land, has fallen into crisis. According to data from the China Index Academy, land transfer revenue in China fell by 14.3% in 2024. Henan's decline exceeded 30%, and Shandong and Guangdong hit historic lows. In the past, local governments depended on land sales for nearly half their fiscal revenue. But with the property market collapse, land sales have stalled and revenues have dried up. More shockingly, Zhengzhou's Erqi district government has been listed as a defaulter due to debt. Even its legal representatives are restricted from traveling by high-speed rail or airplane. If the government itself owes money, how could it pay wages? Data from China's Ministry of Finance in January 2025 shows local government debt nationwide has exceeded 40 trillion yuan. According to Southern Weekly, over 80% of county-level governments had fiscal self-sufficiency rates below 50% in 2024, relying heavily on central government transfers. But the central government is also struggling to sustain itself. Ministry of Finance data further reveals that fiscal revenue grew by only 1.3% in 2024, while expenditures rose 5.4%. Deficits grow larger, and local government debts keep compounding. Provinces like Guizhou and Yunnan have long been trapped in a vicious cycle of borrowing. In this context, wage arrears become inevitable. On May 9th, a netizen from Sichuan exposed on social media that some local governments have recently resorted to borrowing money to pay salaries. The grassroots unit involved had to temporarily rely on borrowed funds to cover payroll. Although the netizen did not disclose the amounts or loan sources, this triggered wide resonance among public sector workers. One commenter said, "Here, salaries are also delayed and paid in batches. The finances can no longer hold." Reports indicate that since late 2024 in Kunming, Yunnan, some district-level government units have failed to fully pay salaries and year-end bonuses for 3 months, with almost all subsidies and overtime pay cancelled. A hospital in Jiaotong even demanded doctors repay performance bonuses and night shift pay from the past 5 years. According to Article 50 of China's labor law, employers must not delay wages without cause, but this law has become effectively meaningless within the system. When governments start borrowing to pay salaries and fiscal deficits suffocate grassroots units, the severity of this crisis far exceeds public imagination. Once, working within the CCP system was a dream job for many Chinese, stable, secure, and respectable. But by 2025, this iron rice bowl has completely rusted. A blogger from Kaifeng, Henan, analyzed the current situation in China's public sector. She said, "Here's a truth you might not fully understand. As of now, there are already over 8 million civil servants nationwide and over 40 million public institution employees with official posts. Including retirees who receive pensions, the total number of people inside the system exceeds 90 million. But the current situation is obvious to all. Local government debt pressure is huge. Budgets are tight. Can these 90 million people still be supported? Actually, the situation in Kaifeng is already quite bleak." The blogger shared that yesterday she helped a client working in a public institution apply for a loan. The client admitted that many places are facing tight finances. In better cases, performance bonuses have been canceled. In worse cases, salaries have been delayed for several months. She clearly feels the demand for loans is rising. Working people have elders to support, children to raise, and mortgages and car loans to pay. Some don't understand finance well. They quietly take online loans, maxing out credit cards, and damage their credit. Fortunately, they still have housing provident loans, which barely help with cash flow. The blogger lamented that judging by the current situation, life inside the CCP system is actually no better than outside it. At the same time, economic slowdown has exposed another phenomenon. More children of senior CCP officials are entering the public system to grab stable jobs. According to the South China Morning Post, on May 6, as the economy slows and high-paying private sector jobs shrink, children of officials are flocking into government departments. This was uncommon during China's years of rapid economic growth. The report cited multiple insiders saying government agencies currently have officials working alongside colleagues with privileged backgrounds. This includes an adult child of a Politburo Standing Committee member, who recently joined an economic department as a deputy director responsible for daily management. Insiders say many departments have employees with privileged backgrounds, often graduates from prestigious overseas universities. The report said this shift may be due to CCP investigations into overseas relatives of senior officials. So-called naked officials, those with family abroad, or who have immigrated or transferred assets overseas, are taboo. Another reason is the decline in high-paying private sector jobs during the economic downturn. The long-running property crisis and high youth unemployment also burden the economy, while geopolitical tensions worsen the situation. Analysts say, on one hand, grassroots employees struggle to recover wages, while on the other hand, senior officials' children easily rise to high positions. This contrast is striking and disappointing.
Wait to use that ability. Through me. I need healing. It is not ready yet. You are defeated. I will not do that. Fight is over. That ability is not yet recharged. I must wait to use that ability.
This is crazy, and I just want to stick with me a little bit.
Sure.
If you're an audio listener, you're gonna be very happy because
Okay, and if you're not an audio listener, you're just gonna have to bear with us.
No, I mean this is super important.
No, it is incredibly important, and this is something that both of us have been aware of for the longest time. And even before you get into this, I would like to quickly tell my Confucius Institute story,
Sure.
if you don't mind. Okay, because it's related. Back in 2016, the first time I visited America, I came to do a road trip, and I was invited by somebody in the journalism department of the University of Arizona in Tucson to go do a speech. And it was all about conquering southern China, which we just released.
Is our TV show?
Yeah, it's one of our documentaries, TV documentaries. So I bought some clips of the show. I came to talk about my experience in China, what it was like to film there, and so on. And the Confucius Institute caught wind of this.
That's an arm of the Chinese government, by
Yeah.
the way. United Front.
Yeah, so I walk into this room, and there weren't a lot of people, and maybe 30, 40 people in the room there to watch my speech, including some Chinese people. Then the Confucius Institute turned up, and they walked into the room. As soon as they walked into the room, some of the Chinese people that were sitting in the front row got up and left. And I thought, that's a little weird. I haven't even started yet, you know? And then they introduced themselves as, oh, we're with the Confucius Institute, because there was like an auntie, you know, like a 40-something-year-old auntie. The rest are students, right? There's an auntie and like an entourage of the Confucius Institute students, I guess. And they went and sat in the back there. So I start my presentation. I show a few clips. I'm starting to talk about things. And I remember specifically the woman, you know, the 40-something-year-old woman is taking notes the whole time while I'm doing this presentation. And at one point, I was showing a clip about a very rough road. Remember those really bad dirt roads that we went over, where it's just like destroyed potholes, all this kind of thing. And I was trying to talk about the challenges of navigating, you know, rural China because of the bad roads. And she stood up and interrupted my speech and said, that's not true. Now China has put all new roads everywhere. So she tried to hijack my speech, tried to change the narrative, tried to accuse me of being a liar while I'm showing footage.
In America, by the way.
Yes, in America, in the University of Tucson. University of Arizona, in Tucson. I've got footage on the screen that was recorded the year before, because this is now 2016, from 2015 when we filmed it. I'm showing and talking about my experiences, but she, on behalf of the Chinese government, was there to make sure that nobody heard the truth about China.
In universities in America.
In America. And that's when I got to see how bad it was. I didn't realize. Okay, this is 2016. Things have changed since then, but the infiltration of the Chinese government into universities and schools in America is insane. And
I mean,
they've
you
been
say
doing
things
it.
have changed. It got worse.
Yeah, it did. It did.
It got way worse.
It did get worse.
Way worse.
So, not only did they scare the students that were coming to watch my presentation away, because those Chinese students, I guess, that left were probably worried about being associated with me talking about China without permission or something, you know? So they left so that they didn't get into trouble. So they really are coercing students and intimidating students, but at the same time also trying to force official Chinese narratives.
Yes.
You know, within the universities and schools. So I just wanted to, before you started with this, share my own experience with that.
Of course.
Anyway, let's go.
So it has progressively gotten much worse.
Sure.
And you'll see why. This summer, a CCP agent impersonated a Stanford student. So Stanford is an American university. Under the alias Charles Chen, he approached several students through social media. Anna, this is an alias for her to protect her safety, a Stanford student conducting sensitive research on China, began receiving unexpected messages from Charles Chen. At first, Charles's outreach seemed benign. He asked about networking opportunities, but soon his messages took a strange turn. Charles inquired whether Anna spoke Mandarin, then grew increasingly persistent and personal. He sent videos of Americans who had gained fame in China, encouraged Anna to visit Beijing, and offered to cover her travel expenses. He would send screenshots of a bank account balance to prove he could buy the plane tickets. Alarmingly, he referenced details about her that Anna had never disclosed to him. He advised her to enter China for only 24 to 144 hours, short enough, he said, to avoid visa scrutiny by authorities and urged her to communicate exclusively via the Chinese version of WeChat, a platform heavily monitored by the CCP. When Charles commented on one of her social media posts asking her to delete screenshots of their conversations, she knew that this was serious. Under the guidance of experts familiar with espionage tactics, Anna contacted authorities. Their investigation revealed that Charles Chen had no affiliation with Stanford. Instead, he had posed as a Stanford student for years, slightly altering his name and persona online, targeting multiple students, nearly all of them researching China-related topics. According to experts of China who assisted Anna, Charles Chen was likely an agent of the Chinese Ministry of State Security, MSS. It's kind of like China's CIA.
Yep.
Tasked with identifying sympathetic Stanford students and gathering intelligence. This March, Stanford's president, Dr. Jonathan Levin, received a letter from the Select Committee on the CCP. That's an American organization that warns people about the CCP.
Good organization.
Very good. Detailing the security risks China poses to STEM research. For years, concerns about the Chinese espionage have quietly persisted at Stanford. Throughout our investigation, professors, students, and researchers readily recounted their experiences of Chinese spying, yet they declined to speak publicly. One student who had experienced espionage firsthand was too fearful to recount their story, even via encrypted messaging. The risk is too high, they explained. Transnational repression, $64 million in Chinese funding, and allegations of racial profiling have contributed to the pervasive culture of silence at Stanford and beyond. In this pervasive silence that has, this pervasive silence that has compelled us to write. After interviewing multiple anonymous Stanford faculty, students, and China experts, we can confirm that the CCP is orchestrating a widespread intelligence gathering campaign at Stanford. In short, there are Chinese spies at Stanford. In fact, there is a law created in, I'll paraphrase, in 2017 called China's National Intelligence Law. So this is after your speech.
Yeah.
This is how it ramped up then in 2017. So it was already bad when you were there. It mandates that all Chinese citizens support and cooperate with state intelligence work regardless of location. So literally, if you're a Chinese citizen and you're studying in American university, the CCP, if they tell you, go steal this information, you have to, by law, break the law in America, or you will be punished and your family will be punished back in China.
Yeah,
right?
it's a law.
Any organization or citizen shall support, assist, and cooperate with state intelligence work in accordance with the law and keep secrets of national intelligence work from becoming known to the public. These laws leave Chinese students no option but to accept demands of the CCP. Students engaged in sensitive scientific research, especially in fields like AI and robotics, are most often targeted. One Chinese national at Stanford spoke to us on this very issue under the conditions of anonymity. Many Chinese nationals have handlers. The CCP want to know everything that's going on at Stanford. This is a very normal thing. They just relay the information that they have. Another Stanford student shared an incident involving their professor's encounter with suspected Chinese espionage. According to the student, a professor recounted needing to schedule a meeting with a Chinese student. When the student declined, citing a mysterious reason, the professor asked why. The student replied, "You know why." The professor continued to inquire, only to receive cryptic responses. "I cannot tell you that." Finally, the professor revealed that the student admitted to meeting a CCP handler. The Chinese government spends a lot of time collecting data on its overseas students, and it has a pretty good understanding of who is doing what, and if someone is working in an area of interest, like frontier technology. Now, it's
Auntie, you know, like a 40-something-year-old auntie. The rest are students, right? There's an auntie and an entourage of the Confucius Institute students, I guess.
Pervasive culture of silence at Stanford and beyond. In this pervasive silence that has, this pervasive silence that has compelled us to write. After interviewing multiple anonymous Stanford faculty, students, and China experts, we can confirm that the CCP is orchestrating a widespread intelligence gathering campaign at Stanford. In short, there are Chinese spies at Stanford. In fact, there is a law created in, I'll paraphrase, in 2017 called
Yep.
China's National Intelligence Law. So this is after your speech.
Yep.
This is how it ramped up and then in
Okay.
2017. So it was already bad when you were there. It mandates that all Chinese citizens support and cooperate with state intelligence work regardless of location. So literally, if you're a Chinese citizen and you're studying in American university, the CCP, if they tell you go steal this information, you have to by law break the law in America, or you will be punished and your family will be punished back in China.
Yeah,
right?
it's a law.
Any organization or citizen shall support, assist, and cooperate with state intelligence work in accordance with the law and keep secrets of national intelligence work from becoming known to the public. These laws leave Chinese students no option but to accept demands of the CCP. Students engaged in sensitive scientific research, especially in fields like AI and robotics, are most often targeted. One Chinese national at Stanford spoke to us on this very issue under the conditions of anonymity. Many Chinese nationals have handlers. The CCP want to know everything that's going on at Stanford. This is a very normal thing. They just relay the information that they have. Another Stanford student shared an incident involving their professor's encounter with suspected Chinese espionage. According to the student, a professor recounted needing to schedule a meeting with a Chinese student. When the student declined, citing a mysterious reason, the professor asked why. The student replied, "You know why." The professor continued to inquire, only to receive cryptic responses. "I cannot tell you that." Finally, the professor revealed that the student admitted to meeting a CCP handler. The Chinese government spends a lot of time collecting data on its overseas students, and it has a pretty good understanding of who is doing what and if someone is working in an area of interest, like frontier technology. And I'll tell you why this is important. There's something called Made in China 2025.
Yeah.
Basically, Xi Jinping has declared that China has to be the world leader in every frontier technology by the end of 2025. And when they have to do something, they have to do it.
Yes.
So they will put every single last bit of effort into making sure that happens. And the number one way to do that, to get ahead in frontier technology, is not to make new research papers or to actually do real research and R&D.
Yeah.
It's to steal intellectual property, steal research, and they want everything from these students. If you steal all that stuff, you can go repurpose it and become the leader and cost cut and drive everyone out of the market back in China, right?
Correct.
Let me just finish this real quick. The case of the Stanford, if students have access to things the government would like access to, it's relatively easy to reach out to an individual. They use carrot and sticks. If you turn over information, you may get a reward. If you don't, there is a punishment. The case of a Stanford student, Chen Song, is the only well-known espionage incident publicly acknowledged by Stanford. However, according to Stanford insiders, espionage cases are only disclosed to the public in extraordinary circumstances.
Makes sense. They would lose their reputation.
For sure. Claims of, this is Stanford that put this out, by the way, so this is great. Claims of racial profiling have the potential to derail investigations, leading to strong institutional pushback against investigating these issues. Therefore, it is Stanford's policy that of investigative authorities to maintain privacy, choosing instead to cancel student visas without public notice. So they do something about it.
It makes sense. China has always known that playing the race card is a big trump card.
They did it during COVID.
Yeah, it's like stop Asian hate. It's like if you say, hey, listen, you know, COVID looks like it's coming from Wuhan. No, you're racist. Stop Asian hate.
And they'll attack you.
Yeah. And I mean, we know it's a problem in universities.
Yes.
Because how do you not racially profile when the Chinese government has a law that every Chinese citizen must obey them and must act on their behalf as a spy? How do you not say, like, well, we better keep an eye on the Chinese students then?
Yeah, it's not that the student, it's not their fault.
No.
Right? You can't look at it like that. Though.
No.
You have to look at it from the perspective of this is the law of China. And if those students want to go home and they don't want their parents to get arrested,
yeah, they're going
to
have
to capitulate. It's not their fault, right? But you can't just say, oh, this is too sensitive, we can't do anything about it, right? Because this is going to make
you need to acknowledge the problem. You need to find a way to deal with the problem without shying away from the problem because you're worried about being called racist.
Those same accusations of racial profiling were used to disband the China Initiative in 2022, a project designed to prevent Chinese espionage. Think about how heated it got during that COVID thing. They got rid of a freaking government institution in America to stop Chinese espionage because they were worried about being racist.
Stupid. Stop being worried about that.
Asian American Congresswoman Michelle Steele, in an exclusive interview with a review, labeled claims of racial profiling a deliberate effort to prevent Beijing's profile and harassment of their students from coming to light. Literally, when I did my video about where COVID came from, they made campaigns against us and sent all kinds of trolls and things to say that we were racist because we said this is where it probably came from, right?
Yeah.
And if you brought it up at all, then all of a sudden it became a race issue, which had nothing to do with this.
Nothing.
Right? Reality.
Yeah, they set up websites. They
Yeah, all
did
kinds of
everything to
stuff.
try and shut us down, call us racist. They tried to really mess with us. You know.
Drawing an anonymous testimony from faculty, students, and China specialists, our investigation confirmed recounted their experiences of Chinese spying, yet they declined to speak publicly. One student who had experienced espionage firsthand was too fearful to recount their story, even via encrypted messaging. The risk is too high, they explained. Transnational repression, $64 million in Chinese funding, and allegations of racial profiling have contributed to the pervasive culture of silence at Stanford and beyond. In this pervasive silence, it was this pervasive silence that has compelled us to write. After interviewing multiple anonymous Stanford faculty, students, and China experts, we can confirm that the CCP is orchestrating a widespread intelligence gathering campaign at Stanford. In short, there are Chinese spies at Stanford. In fact, there is a law created in, I'll paraphrase, in 2017 called China's National Intelligence Law. So this is after your speech.
Yeah.
This is how it ramped up then in 2017. So it was already bad when you were there. It mandates that all Chinese citizens support and cooperate with state intelligence work regardless of location. So literally, if you're a Chinese citizen and you're studying in American university, the CCP, if they tell you, go steal this information, you have to, by law, break the law in America, or you will be punished and your family will be punished back in China.
Yeah,
right?
it's a law.
Any organization or citizen shall support, assist, and cooperate with state intelligence work in accordance with the law and keep secrets of national intelligence work from becoming known to the public. These laws leave Chinese students no option but to accept demands of the CCP. Students engaged in sensitive scientific research, especially in fields like AI and robotics, are most often targeted. One Chinese national at Stanford spoke to us on this very issue under the conditions of anonymity. Many Chinese nationals have handlers. The CCP want to know everything that's going on at Stanford. This is a very normal thing. They just relay the information that they have. Another Stanford student shared an incident involving their professor's encounter with suspected Chinese espionage. According to the student, a professor recounted needing to schedule a meeting with a Chinese student. When the student declined, citing a mysterious reason, the professor asked why. The student replied, "You know why." The professor continued to inquire, only to receive cryptic responses. "I cannot tell you that." Finally, the professor revealed that the student admitted to meeting a CCP handler. The Chinese government spends a lot of time collecting data on its overseas students, and it has a pretty good understanding of who is doing what, and if someone is working in an area of interest, like frontier technology. And I'll tell you why this is important. There's something called Made in China 2025.
Yeah.
Basically, Xi Jinping has declared that China has to be the world leader in every frontier technology by the end of 2025. And when they have to do something, they have to do it.
Yes.
So they will put every single last bit of effort into making sure that happens. And the number one way to do that, to get ahead in frontier technology, is not to make new research papers or to actually do real research and R&D.
Yeah.
It's to steal intellectual property, steal research, and they want everything from these students. If you steal all that stuff, you can go repurpose it and become the leader and cost cut, drive everyone out of the market back in China, right?
Correct.
Let me just finish this real quick. The case of the Stanford, if students have access to things the government would like access to, it's relatively easy to reach out to an individual. They use carrot and sticks. If you turn over information, you may get a reward. If you don't, there is a punishment. The case of a Stanford student, Chen Song, is the only well-known espionage incident publicly acknowledged by Stanford. However, according to Stanford insiders, espionage cases are only disclosed to the public in extraordinary circumstances.
Makes sense. They would lose their reputation.
For sure. Claims of, this is Stanford that put this out, by the way, so this is great. Claims of racial profiling have the potential to derail investigations, leading to strong institutional pushback against investigating these issues. Therefore, it is Stanford's policy that of investigative authorities to maintain privacy, choosing instead to cancel student visas without public notice. So they do something something about it.
It makes sense. China has always known that playing the race card is a big trump card.
They
that
did it
have.
during COVID.
Yeah, it's like stop Asian hate. It's like if you say, hey, listen, COVID looks like it's coming from Wuhan. No, you're racist. Stop Asian hate.
And they'll attack you.
Yeah. And I mean, we know it's a problem in universities.
Yes.
Because how do you not racially profile when the Chinese government has a law that every Chinese citizen must obey them and must act on their behalf as a spy? How do you not say, like, well, we better keep an eye on the Chinese students then?
Yeah, it's not that the student, it's not their fault.
No.
Right? You can't look at it like that.
No.
You have to look at it from the perspective of this is the law of China. And if those students want to go home and they don't want their parents to get arrested,
yeah, they're gonna
then they
have
to capitulate. It's not their fault,
Yeah.
right? But you can't just say, oh, this is too sensitive, we can't do anything about it, right? Because this is going to make
You need to acknowledge the problem. You need to find a way to deal with the problem without shying away from the problem because you're worried about being called racist.
Those same accusations of racial profiling were used to disband the China Initiative in 2022, a project designed to prevent Chinese espionage. Think about how heated it got during that COVID thing. They got rid of a freaking government institution in America to stop Chinese espionage because they were worried about being racist.
Stupid. Stop being worried about that.
Asian American Congresswoman Michelle Steele, in an exclusive interview with a review, labeled claims of racial profiling a deliberate effort to prevent Beijing's profile and harassment of their students from coming to light. Literally, when I did my video about where COVID came from, they made campaigns against us and sent all kinds of trolls and things to say that we were racist because we said this is where it probably came from, right?
Yeah.
And if you brought it up at all, then all of a sudden it became a race issue, which had nothing to do with this.
Nothing.
Right? Reality.
Yeah, they set up websites. They
all
did
kinds of
everything
stuff.
to try and shut us down, call us racist. They tried to really mess with us,
Drawing an anonymous testimony from faculty, students, and China specialists, our investigation confirms that the CCP runs an extensive intelligence gathering network at Stanford. The existential question is straightforward. How should we respond? First and foremost, the status quo of branding those who discuss the issue as racist must end.
Yes.
We wrote this article not to advance a policy position, but to highlight a silenced reality. Sound policy depends on evidence, not repression. And the nation that develops superior technologies will gain a critical military edge over its adversaries. China cannot be that nation. Working together, U.S. universities and the federal government need to take serious steps to defend the integrity of our nation's mission-critical research. The future of freedom depends on it.
Absolutely.
Go check out the article down below.
It's linked.
I think you'll probably see more universities come out with this kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, every single university has been infiltrated by the CCP.
For sure.
Every single one. And not just university, any kind of learning
Sure.
institution.
And it matters less if you have a freaking liberal arts degree or something where you're learning music or something, right? But it matters when you have high-level potentially children of CCP officials and stuff in high-level research positions that have to, by law, send every bit of sensitive research, even under oath if they're here in America, back to China.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of the situation. It's an uncomfortable reality, but it's real, right?
Absolutely.
And I'm sorry to say, I hate this stupid quote or whatever, but reality, or the truth doesn't care about your feelings or whatever, and that's very true in this scenario. So, articles down below, go check it out.
Yeah, very
I need
important
to be
article.
told.
Sorry.
Taking out work is a pack.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's like the worst computer graphics.
They're boiling Coke syrup.
Yes, why?
Why?
Look at him just chilling on his phone.
I like that he's not passed out anymore.
All right. What's going on here? Oh, dude.
Bro, I know a lot of music. I don't know this.
I've shown this to you before.
Have you?
I have.
Is this some dumb goth thing?
Nope.
do that. Feel the wrath of Itar. It is not ready yet. My will falters. The gods strike through me.
be shy. Do come back
I must
again.
lessen my burden.
A user on X recently revealed that U.S. security agencies discovered that China put war-grade software in solar panel inverters exported to the U.S. This software can remotely shut down the American power grid. This person said that last month, a Chinese solar power system in Spain malfunctioned, causing a large blackout with serious human and economic losses. Some organizations suspect China remotely activated the power attack software in the solar system to test its ability to disrupt power grids. According to Reuters, 2 insiders said that U.S. energy officials are reassessing the risks of Chinese-made devices after finding unknown communication equipment inside some renewable energy infrastructure. Experts say these devices can bypass firewalls, be controlled remotely, disrupt grid stability, and even cause large-scale blackouts. Power inverters are key devices that connect solar panels and wind turbines to the power grid. They're also found in batteries, heat pumps, and electric vehicle chargers. China is a major producer of inverters, and their products are used worldwide. These inverters support remote updates and repairs. Power companies usually set up firewalls to block direct communication between these devices and China. But insiders say that when U.S. experts dismantled Chinese inverters connected to the grid, they found hidden communication devices not listed in the product manuals. One insider revealed that in the past 9 months, unreported communication devices were also found in batteries supplied by several Chinese vendors, including in cellular radio systems. These hidden components create extra communication channels not documented in product papers. They may allow remote control that bypasses firewalls, potentially causing disastrous consequences. Experts warn that using these hidden communication devices to bypass firewalls, remotely shutting down inverters or changing settings could disrupt grid stability, damage energy infrastructure, and cause widespread blackouts. This is essentially something that can paralyze the power grid. Mike Rogers, former head of the U.S. National Security Agency, said, "We know that China believes there's value in putting at least some elements of our core infrastructure at risk of destruction or interference. I think, in part, China hopes that the widespread use of inverters limits the choice of the West to address these security concerns." U.S. experts' warnings about solar equipment later led security experts to call on the Australian government for urgent safety reviews of solar panels imported from China. As Australia pushes for emissions reduction, it heavily depends on renewable energy infrastructure made by Chinese manufacturers. Currently, 4 million Australian households have rooftop solar installations. More than 90% of the solar panels and most inverters come from China or Chinese companies. According to the Daily Telegraph, former Australian senior defense and intelligence official Michael Shoebridge said this is a major national security issue. He said it needs a forensic-level technical investigation, but he worries that the Labour government and its security agencies might choose to ignore it because the problem is too big and hard to face. The risks are obvious. The Chinese Communist Party can order its companies to embed extra communication or software systems in solar panels and battery systems. No matter who owns or operates these devices overseas, they can be remotely controlled. Australia's Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, admitted that Australia needs more locally made renewable energy products. His spokesperson said the government takes cybersecurity very seriously and has put in place a series of rules and standards to protect all Australians who use connected products. National Party Senator Matt Canavan said the Australian government has already banned Huawei and ZTE from building 5G networks, so why not go further and also solar panels and batteries that might contain spying software? A senior analyst said the top 10 global manufacturers of photovoltaic inverters are all Chinese companies, with Huawei ranked first. In a way, countries using Chinese photovoltaic equipment are essentially using Huawei equipment, which carries very high risks. On May 2nd, a Chinese media outlet called China Energy Network published an article titled "European Blackout: A Chinese Electrician Unexpectedly Goes Viral." This article accidentally revealed some little-known secrets. The article said on April 28th, Spain and Portugal suffered a massive blackout. Some parts of France were briefly affected too. The blackout was extremely rare in scale. Key areas like transportation, communication, and healthcare were paralyzed. Over 50 million people's lives were affected. Spain's Interior Ministry even declared a national state of emergency. In just 5 seconds, Spain lost 60% of its power supply nationwide. Some areas in Spain and Portugal were without power for 20 hours. The blackout caused flights to be cancelled, train systems to stop, mobile communications to fail, and ATMs to shut down. This blackout is believed to be the largest in Europe's history. It was more serious than the 2003 blackout that affected parts of Italy and Switzerland, where 56 million people lost power for 12 hours, or the 2006 blackout when Germany's overloaded grid caused outages across parts of Europe and even as far as Morocco. The article quoted Zhang Ziming, head of automation maintenance at the Ningbo Yinzhou District Power Supply Company. Zhang said such a large blackout like Europe's would not happen in China. He believes the blackout in Europe was caused by 2 main reasons. First, Spain and Portugal's power grids are islanded. This means their grids are not well connected to the rest of Europe. When faults happen, they can't get emergency power from outside, which lets the problem spread and cause large-scale blackouts. In addition, countries like Spain lack effective technology to regulate new energy sources. Spain is a leading EU country in renewable energy development. Public data shows that solar power provides 53% of its electricity, and wind power supplies 11%. Zhang Ziming said, with such a high share of wind and solar energy, the grid is not very resilient to extreme weather. Without large-scale energy storage, when extreme weather hits, the grid will have no backup power to handle demand. He also told reporters that China's power grid is fully interconnected nationwide, unlike Spain's isolated grid. This allows China to manage power dispatch as one whole system. This means that if one area faces instability, the entire country can provide support. Analysts say that while Zhang was boasting about China's advanced grid concept, he unintentionally revealed 2 important points. First, China's grid is centrally controlled. Behind the so-called nationwide support is the ability to control, disconnect, or attack the whole grid as needed. Second, although Spain is considered a leader in renewable energy, Zhang sees Spain's grid more fragile. Without large-scale energy storage, renewable energy struggles to handle extreme weather. What Zhang didn't say outright is that Spain's heavy reliance on solar equipment makes its grid even more vulnerable to network attacks through inverters. The cause of Spain's blackout is still under investigation. However, Spain's high share of renewable power and use of Chinese photovoltaic equipment means that if the CCP tests cyber attacks there, the lack of traditional power reserves will make such attacks easier to succeed. Coincidentally, on May 10th, China's Xinhua news agency reported that Pakistan's military news bureau announced a military operation against India. It has successfully paralyzed 70% of India's power system via cyber attacks. This statement caused a stir on international social media. Many analysts question whether Pakistan really has cyber attack capabilities on that scale. Independent writer Wu Zhuolai reposted the news and said, "This is obvious. It's actually the CCP directly participating in the war." His comment pointed to a real orchestrator behind the large-scale blackout. His views received many likes and shares, becoming a hot topic. A user named Brian on X commented, "What does it mean to paralyze 70% of a country's power? Imagine China lost 70% of its power. This implies that such cyber attacks have strategic-level disruptive power far beyond typical hacking." Some people point out that attacks of this scale are only possible by a few countries. The CCP's cyber units, like the Red Hacker Alliance and Cyber Army Base, have long been accused of global infiltration. Many observers believe this event could be the first regional military conflict in the 21st century triggered by cyber warfare, especially with tensions rising along the India-China border and closer military cooperation between China and Pakistan. Pakistan's claim of striking India's power grid has drawn intense attention. Senior analysts say that recent cyber attacks and major security issues affecting national energy facilities all involve one key player, Huawei. As the world's largest supplier of photovoltaic inverters, it's no coincidence that Huawei's products are involved. China's solar panel equipment and products from companies like Huawei appear to promote green energy and technological development, but beneath this surface lies a deeper strategic purpose. These devices usually have dense network connectivity, can collect detailed user data, and potentially have remote control and interference capabilities targeting other countries' infrastructure. Whether it's solar inverters or 5G base stations, the common point is that these technologies enable information control through technical penetration, providing digital leverage for future geopolitical confrontations. This is not the act of a single country, but part of a national strategic plan. Under the guise of green energy and technology, China's export products also serve intelligence gathering and remote intervention functions, posing serious national security risks to other countries. On May 14th, South Korean media, The Elect, revealed that Huawei, long sanctioned by the US government, secretly operates at least 11 semiconductor foundries and 10 research institutions focused on chip development. To avoid US sanctions, these factories and research centers use different names to disguise their connection to Huawei. They mainly produce memory chips and logic chips used in Internet of Things and mobile phones. Some are contract or foundry production lines. Sources say the Chinese government owns shares in these companies, and the semiconductor plants are actually operated by Huawei. Employees inside these factories have confirmed this. Examples include Qingdao Si-En Technology Company, which is under China's state-owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, DGGMT Technology Company, owned by Dongguan's SASAC, PST, WXW, and SWX Technologies, fully owned by Shenzhen Major Industry Investment Group, which is itself under Shenzhen's SASAC, and Jinhua Technology Trade Company Limited under Fujian's SASAC. One source admitted Huawei deliberately uses different names for these chip factories to hide their connection. Company names change along with ownership shifts to keep this disguise. Huawei has secretly built its own semiconductor ecosystem through these companies. If you also include the companies funded by Huawei's venture capital arm, Hubble Investment, Huawei's control over the chip ecosystem becomes even larger. According to the Korean media report, among the 11 semiconductor companies or foundries secretly operated by Huawei, at least 5 can manufacture chips using 7-nanometer or more advanced processing nodes. Among them, Pengxing Micro Integrated Circuit Manufacturing Company, PXW, is the largest foundry in terms of capacity. Qingdao Si-En was founded by Zhang Rujing, the founder of SMIC, and it owns 5 chip factories. Shenzhen Shengweishu Technology, SWX, was founded by a former Huawei executive and mainly produces memory cards. Shenzhen Pengxing New Technology, PST, and Shenzhen Guangmao Technology, DGGMT, mainly produce storage chips for mobile phones. Huawei also operates about 10 large research centers. Sources say some of these centers are very large and may have the capability to manufacture chips. Because of U.S. export controls on semiconductors, Huawei's spending on chip research and production has sharply increased in recent years. This has seriously hurt the company's profits. According to Bloomberg, based on Huawei's published annual financial data, Huawei reported a net loss of about 300 million yuan in the fourth quarter of 2024. This is the first quarterly net loss since public data has been available since 2018. A Japanese media analysis cited by the report says that U.S. restrictions have greatly increased Huawei semiconductor R&D and production costs, which is one reason for the company's losses. Notably, on May 13th, the U.S. government escalated its chip sanctions on Huawei again. The U.S. Commerce Department issued new guidance, clearly stating that using Huawei's Ascend AI chips anywhere in the world violates U.S. export control regulations. The Commerce Department's Bureau of Industry and Security also warned in a statement that using U.S. chips to help train Chinese AI models could have potential consequences. On the same day, the U.S. Commerce Department announced the removal of a Biden-era Tier 3 export control measure on advanced computing semiconductors. This policy, called the Framework for Artificial Intelligence Diffusion, was introduced shortly before Biden left office in January and was set to take effect on May 15th. The policy aimed to stop China from obtaining advanced U.S. chips and technology through third countries. BIS said this measure imposed heavy regulatory burdens on companies, would stifle U.S. innovation, downgrade dozens of countries to second-class status, and harm U.S. diplomatic relations with those countries. Experts say that canceling this policy is important for the U.S. because China and the U.S. are now competing on a new track in advanced chips and other high-tech fields. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang recently told President Trump that China is closing the gap in AI and AI chips. Although China hasn't surpassed the U.S. yet, it is catching up fast. If the US imposes strict bans on high-tech products in many countries, it might slow down China's current civilian product upgrades in the short term, but in the long term, it could push those countries, even US allies, to use Chinese alternative products. Even though those products lag behind, China can flood the market with lower prices. US tech companies are fighting against a tech monster backed by the full force of the Chinese government. Whether it's called Huawei or something else, this is China's last big fight. It's desperate, all-out resistance. China can ignore the people's welfare, cut spending on healthcare and education, and even private property to put all its efforts into beating the US in AI. It sees AI as the key to global dominance. The Trump administration is trying to get all countries except China to use American high-tech products because those companies need profits to keep innovating and leading. At the same time, Trump imposed a 3,521% punitive tariff on Chinese solar products in Cambodia. This was to show determination to push all Huawei-related equipment out of the US. This is a declaration of war against China. Back to the beginning. What should US households do if they have solar panels? Experts recommend having a professional check smart inverters, remove any hidden communication devices and malicious software, and use these solar panels only after ensuring safety.
That ability is not yet recharged. I must heal. I must wait to use that ability. I have been healed. It is not ready yet. That ability is not yet recharged. The Rift Guardian has arrived. I must wait to use that ability. I will not do that. I must. I grow. He is not ready yet. yet recharged. It is not ready yet. The gods strike through me! Not enough spirit. I must wait to use that ability. It is not ready yet. I don't have enough spirit. You are defeated. I must wait to use that ability. I need spirit.
The Rift Guardian has found me.
That ability is not yet recharged. Not enough spirit. I must wait to use that ability. That ability is not yet recharged. I need spirit. It is not ready yet.
My name is Urshi, and like Auric, I once served the ancient Nephilim. When the champions of ages past had proven themselves, I would attempt to improve the clarity of one of their gems. If you have a gem of... I'm here to help.
A fine battle.
Well done.
Ready? Then your trial begins.
Cannot be done. Not enough. I must wait to use that ability. I must wait longer. I grow weak. That ability is not yet recharged. Your flaws are revealed! I will not do that. Break beneath the endless tide! I can't do that.
Oh shit, I was muted the whole time? Fuck, I've been talking to myself. Fucking them. Bro, I answered you like 5 minutes ago, but apparently I was muted. My bad, bro. Why is this guy so strong? Wow. He just one taps me. I gotta start dodging now. Yeah, it definitely was my toughest fight. But I made it. So that's good. Alright. I've played this game enough for today. My hand starts to hurt, you know, from spamming the buttons like this. This is what my hand is like all day long. What the heck? I need to get a drink.
Hunt well and be true.
My glass. I didn't realize I was muted for so long. That was crazy. I just been talking to myself. It's crazy.
On May 15th, the US State Department's Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs issued a statement on X platform. It declares that the US will strongly oppose the Inter-American Development Bank, or IDB, and other international financial institutions from providing funding for current and upcoming projects operated by Chinese state-owned and
Shit, I got crap.
controlled enterprises in Colombia. This also applies to other countries participating in the Belt and Road Initiative. The statement said that the CCP's Belt and Road projects endanger the region's safety and security. It added that taxpayer money from the US should never be used by international organizations in any way to subsidize Chinese companies within the Western Hemisphere. This marks the latest and most severe warning from the US State Department against the CCP's Belt and Road Initiative, clearly stating that the initiative threatens regional security and pledging to fully cut off its funding. The background to this event is that on May 13th, just one day after the conclusion of the US-China trade negotiations, Beijing immediately held the fourth ministerial meeting of the China-Latin America Forum with members of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. At the opening of the meeting, CCP leader Xi Jinping reiterated the CCP's claim of a historical China and Latin America partnership, quote, against the US, referencing support in the 1960s for Panama's reclaiming of canal sovereignty. He stated that there are no winners in tariff wars and trade wars and called for building a China-Latin America community with a shared future. Xi also announced plans to provide 66 billion yuan, about 9.2 billion US dollars in credit funding, along with 3,500 government scholarships and 10,000 training opportunities in China. Additionally, he declared the decision to implement visa-free entry for citizens of 5 Latin American and Caribbean countries to expand the CCP's influence in the region. Colombia's President Gustavo Petro, Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, and Chile's President Gabriel Boric attended the meeting. According to CCP state media CCTV, on May 12, the day Petro arrived in Beijing, he expressed during a visit to the Great Wall that Colombia's plan to join the Belt and Road Initiative. Meanwhile, Brazilian President Lula arrived in China on May 10th for an official visit. Before his arrival, China lifted import bans on 5 Brazilian soybean companies. On May 13, China and Brazil signed 20 cooperation agreements. Chinese media, The Observer, quoted Brazilian publication Carta Capital, reporting that Brazilian officials revealed ongoing talks with China about jointly building a transcontinental railway nearly 5,000 kilometers long. This railway would connect Brazil's east coast to the Peruvian port of Callao on the west coast. Notably, Brazilian President Lula said that the region does not rely on any single major power. He said that it is important to understand that Latin America's fate depends on no one, not President Xi, the United States, or the European Union, but solely on whether we have the will to be great or remain small. Lula also emphasized that Latin America does not want to repeat history by starting a new Cold War. During the meeting, a rare incident occurred at an official dinner between President Lula and Xi Jinping. Brazil's First Lady, Rosângela da Silva, known as Janja, made a comment that unexpectedly caused tension. Reportedly at the dinner in Beijing, she raised concerns to Xi Jinping about TikTok's potential harmful effects on women and children, which visibly embarrassed Xi and caused his expression to change on the spot. According to Brazilian media Folha, Janja's remarks immediately upset the Chinese side. President Lula said, if the minister was bothered, he should have come to me and asked to leave the meeting. Lula added that Xi Jinping responded on the spot, affirming Brazil's right to regulate its social media platforms. He said, we can't allow social media to keep committing the absurdities they do while we lack the ability to regulate them. Reports say President Lula expressed frustration over the leak of the private conversation, but defended his wife's right to raise the issue at the dinner. Lula said someone had the audacity to share a conversation that happened at a dinner and was very personal and confidential. He added that his wife spoke up because she is not a second-class citizen and she understands the digital world better. Beijing has not commented on the content of the discussion. Additionally, Xi Jinping's mention of supporting Panama in reclaiming control of the canal has drawn significant attention.
I'm here with Joe Maker. It's his 40th birthday today, same as your name, with an accent. Jamaica. Jamaica. Yeah, we're probably related somehow. Where are you, Joe? Joe, over here. What do you do, Joe? Designer. Designer? What kind of a designer are you, my friend?
A motion designer.
Oh, what, sorry?
Motion.
A motion designer? What do you draw? Sadness? What, sorry? Moving image designer. The fuck do you do? What? You do adverts. You do adverts, moving image adverts. We're getting closer to an answer. I'm still... Who pays you, Joe? In the history of things that will be replaced by AI in the next 2 weeks, you're close to the top of that fucking list, mate. Are you like a graphic designer? No, you're not. My phone is a fucking graphic designer. What you are is long-term unemployed very shortly. Still, happy birthday. Oh no. You went to college for fucking 4 years. To be 4,000 times worse than a free piece of software. Fucking hell, Joe. I'm here with Joe Maker. It's his 40th birthday today, same as your name, with an accent. Jamaica. Jamaica. Yeah, we're probably related somehow. Where are you, Joe? Joe, over here. What do you do, Joe? Designer? What kind of designer are you, my friend? Oh, what, sorry? A motion designer? What do you draw? Sadness?
Why not?
What, sorry? Moving image designer. The fuck do you do? What? You do adverts. You do adverts, moving image adverts. We're getting closer to an answer. I'm still... Who pays you, Joe? In the history of things that will be replaced by AI in the next 2 weeks, you're close to the top of that fucking list, mate. Are you like a graphic designer? No, you're not. My phone is a fucking graphic designer. What you are is long-term unemployed very shortly. Still, happy birthday. Oh no. He went to college for fucking 4 years. To be 4,000 times...
Lawyers react. Lawyers react.
I'm giving you a ticket. For what? For one, you parked illegally, and two, your lights aren't on.
I knew you were not. Lawyers react.
I'm giving you a ticket. For what? For one, you parked illegally, and two, your lights aren't on.
Clearly see I'm a police officer. I'm here on official police business.
What does that mean?
Because I'm on police business. I can park wherever I want.
No, you're parked illegally. You don't have your lights on. How are you at a call? Your lights aren't on.
They don't always need to be on. Hands behind your back.
For what?
Feet in.
When you're riding along the back of this piece, this cop comes up to his patrol car with a cup of coffee in his hand, and he tells the parking attendant that I am on the... Official police conduct. Legally speaking, official police conduct is
I knew you were on no way home.
Hmm.
efforts have borne fruit.
And I knew.
How?
I knew.
How?
So maybe I really am. I'm just Uncle Tom's favorite nephew, but I do have a quick question. What is so wrong with mass incarceration if the only way to be incarcerated is to commit a crime?
There's nothing wrong with mass incarceration. In fact, we need more prisoners in this country, not less prisoners, and we let prisoners out of jail way too quickly in America. But isn't it racist to have mass incarceration?
You know what? I don't think it's racist because I've been black for 28 years and I've yet to go to jail or prison.
But come on, the justice system is rigged against black people. You're a white supremacist.
You know what? I still don't know how white supremacy would benefit me, but I love it here in America.
Amen. God bless you, man. Thank you.
So maybe I really am just Uncle Tom's favorite nephew, but I do have a quick question. What is so wrong with mass incarceration if the only way to be incarcerated is to commit a crime?
There's nothing wrong with mass incarceration. In fact, we need more prisoners in this country, not less prisoners, and we let prisoners out of jail way too quickly in America. But isn't it racist to have mass incarceration?
You know what? I don't think it's racist because I've been black for 28 years and I've yet to go to jail or prison.
But come on, the justice system is rigged against black people. You're a white supremacist.
You know what? I still don't know how white supremacy would benefit me, but I love it here in America.
Amen. God bless you, man. Thank you.
So
Fight for Arden.
Do it.
You still have my blessing.
You know how we do it. West side.
There's no way. Danger. Quicksand. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Laughing and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lying.
The forest will
Why do we need Bitcoin? What's the issue?
You can't write this stuff. You can't write it.
I can't write what?
I was showing somebody my favorite tattoo.
Ah.
Are you off the gas?
Yes, bro.
What flavor?
Oh no, it's bad.
I'm getting geeked just talking to you. I'm feeling really geeked. Whoa.
Chill out, bruh.
Whoa. Ah.
Nah.
Ah. You can't write this stuff. You can't write it.
I can't write what?
I was showing somebody my favorite tattoo.
First, we'll test this experimental perfume on you.
It burns! Ah!
We'll call it Desert Breeze.
Stop! Stop!
Where did that rat come from?
He must have brought it in with him.
Man, is he dumb. Where do they get these subjects?
Hey, what's that?
Zoom in on Section 8.
Wow. Insane luck.
Do you have any idea how this might have happened?
Well, I'm not sure.
Mr. Simpson, this could be responsible for your subnormal intelligence.
Hey, I came here to be drugged, electrocuted, and probed, not insulted.
We could remove the crayon for you. It could vastly increase your brain power. Or it could possibly kill you.
Oh, Homer, where have you been?
I just underwent a procedure to increase my IQ 50 points.
You feel smarter?
Is the capital of North Dakota Bismarck?
It is.
First, we'll test this experiment.
I shall join in the sport of combat.
And the whole idea that this is a
You fought well, old one.
Think this is funny? Think you guys think this is funny? Is this really y'all really laughing it up, huh? You think this is good? I'll have you guys know that I actually saw this image of myself and I stopped eating as much food because I said this is disgusting. That's what it was. Yeah, and it worked, by the way. And that's the crazy thing. You might not believe this, but it worked. Now I'm like probably I think I'm like 135. Yeah, I'm somewhere around there, maybe 140. I don't really know. I'd have to go check. I don't really weigh myself a lot. Why could I weigh myself?
It's 2,000 pounds per month, enough to live in London.
You joking?
No,
No
sir.
chance.
No chance. What's the minimum wage?
$2 grand a month to live in London.
Oh my god.
Is that enough?
No!
No? How?
On $2 grand a month. $2 grand
Okay.
a week.
$2 grand a week, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you.
You have proven yourself.
Enjoy your final moments.
Everybody, we should win like 6,000 pounds a month. Not 2,000 pounds. That's the minimum wage. 2,000 pounds.
You need at least 40k a year
40
to
a
live.
year, yeah. How many holidays we should have per year?
2. Or at least 28 days.
28 days,
At
yes.
least.
It's 2,000 pounds.
When you're getting a CT scan, this is what's happening inside of the machine. Basically, the machine emits X-ray radiation from one side, reads it from the other. By spinning, you get 360-degree view of inside of your body, a highly detailed image, and a ton of radiation.
The southern border is so secure right now. We have a 99.99% reduction in all border crossings.
That's just a fear factor. It's
It's a fact, actually.
Well, because when Trump is saying that he's going to deport every single immigrant, it makes immigrants not want to come in.
Good for Trump! And by the way, don't call them immigrants. They're line cutters and border jumpers. Immigrants are people that wait in line and fill out the forms and come here correctly. Don't conflate the two. The southern border...
What is the native language spoken on the island of Japan?
This is what happens if Arthur meets the giant and tries to rob him.
Hi, little fella.
Hey, partner.
I know I'm big. You don't have to stare.
Empty your pockets now, tough guy.
No, come on. That's not
Hurry
nice.
up.
You silly little man.
Okay, keep your hair on.
This is why I should be alone.
Let's make this quick. I'm a busy man.
This is why
Hand
I should...
over all your money, big man. Right now.
No, come on. Stop tickling me.
Hurry up. This'll have to do. Out of my sight.
I try to be nice, and this is what I get.
This is what happens if Arthur meets the giant and tries to rob him.
Hi, little fella.
Hey, partner.
I know I'm big. You don't have to stare.
Empty your pockets now, tough guy.
No, come on. That's not
Hurry
nice.
up.
You silly little man.
Okay, keep your hair on.
This is why I should be alone.
Let's make this quick. I'm a busy man.
This is why
Hand
I
over
should...
all your money, big man. Right now.
No, come on. Stop tickling me.
Hurry up. This'll have to do. Out of my sight.
I try to be nice, and this is what I get.
This is what happens.
From the smallest seed. A wise addition. It will fulfill its duty.
I can't stand it. That thing you do like a little skip, you go, and then you go. You go, you skip, you go.
But Sean, you try it. If you walk from there to there, you've got to then turn round.
And look, you just do that.
Well, how would you do it? How would you do it? Right, let's see.
Walk on.
It's not easy, Sean. Yeah, okay, all right. Sean lock, everyone. Sean lock.
You don't do this.
What is your problem?
can't stand.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
Stand it. That thing you do like a little skip. You go, and then you go.
Before you leave, oh, you got really black. Okay, not like that. You know what I meant, right? Yeah, I'm not a racist. What's your favorite song?
Like any song?
Yeah.
It will be Kendrick Lamar, Euphoria, Melina Tay, Obsessed with Me, and RTJ.
I don't know who it is.
Is R&B artist.
Oh, okay. Like Sean Kingston. You're way too beautiful, girl. Oh, okay. What do you think about Mambo number 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody in the car, now come on, let's ride.
I never heard that song.
Really?
Play Melina Tay.
What song?
2 a.m. How was it?
Before you leave, oh, you got really black. Okay, not like that. You know what I meant, right? Yeah, I'm not a racist. What's your
Let's make Wagyu steak pasta.
Wait, Pooh! Wait, Pooh! Wait, Pooh! Oh, what the hell? All right, what do you guys want to ride first? Well, Carmen said he wanted to do the wave pool first, right, Carmen?
It was time to make a change.
What a sick of voodoo I do.
A wise addition.
Forget it. Just forget it. Wait, Pooh! Wait, Pooh! Wait, Pooh!
We don't like Elon, and neither does America. He
In the 13th century, a young Venetian traveller walked along these ramparts here in the city of Xi'an. It marked the end of Marco Polo's journey along along a dangerous path that once connected Europe to the Middle Kingdom. Well, I'm now going to retrace part of that momentous journey as together we head westwards through the deserts of Western China along the Silk Road. Join me. Oh, 你好. Perfect timing.
Though you may be weary, fight on. That will serve you well. It stands strong amongst your forces. It stands strong amongst your forces.
Quarter. 朋友你好，走吧，走吧。哇，到哪里啊？我的朋友，在英国没有这个。我听不懂。啊，不是，不明白。你说怎么走我怎么走。Ah, hold it. Right. He said, stop talking to me. I'm trying to drive here. These are the walls of ancient Xi'an. It didn't used to be called Xi'an, it used to be called Chang'an when Marco Polo arrived here, and it was the first capital of China. This town was the first capital of the Middle Kingdom, and it marked the very end of the Silk Road. This is where it all ended, and this is where we begin, with our non-talkative driver here in Xi'an. 谢谢你。好的，谢谢你，非常有意思。非常有意思。你说是吗？very interesting，有意思。
You have proven yourself. I have saved the best for now.
Okay, 没关系。Alipay, 没关系。Oh, I thought I knew how to say very interesting. Obviously don't.
多少钱？
多少钱？我不知道。你好，你们好。多少钱
？50块。
啊
？50块。
多少钱？
好的，
再见。
再见，朋友，再见。Wow, we made it to the railway station somehow. Here it is. 再见，朋友，再见。How am I going to survive the rest of the Silk Road if I can barely get to the railway station? Do you know what I like about Chinese railway stations? It's not just that they're big, massive, orderly, no drunks, no drug addicts loitering about, but they also have these. Row upon row of massage chairs. So before you get on your train to wherever you're going in China, you can have a little massage. Let's see if we can make it work. Right, it's asking me some questions. What should we do? Should we do 30 minutes for 25? I think we should. Let's press that. Is that it? Do I press that? Oh, no, let's press that one. Now what? Is that it? Press that. It's going a bit too near to my prostate at times, but this is just the difference between Great Britain and China, is that in China you can have nice things like a row of massage chairs for people to use before their train journey. Imagine this in a British, imagine this in a British railway station. It's really powerful. You couldn't have it in a British railway station. You'd have a load of dodgy, bloody illegal migrants taking shits in them. But here in China, people respect, it seems, the infrastructure a lot more, so they can have nice things. Britain is a world away. Oh, it really is going for my prostate. Might have to extend for half an hour. We have a special line in China for celebrity bloggers. Oh, is he one too? Must be another blogger. 三成好，这个。好的，谢谢。Oh, there you go. The riffraff go in the other queues. Our celebrities. Right. Where's our train? To the city of sinning. Sinning. For sinners. 你好，朋友。这个。好的。
身份证。
对。一个。Carriage one, seat number 12. Hold it, shishing. There we go. It's like being on a flipping aeroplane. Check it out. First class to Sinning. 12F. 12F. Oh. It's like being in business class on a flight. Look at that. Oh, that little place. Rest me arm. Chill out. 36 quid for 4 hours. Good old Zhonghua. Through some incredibly long tunnels here on our journey, and that's because we've left Xi'an behind and also the lowlands of China, which are mostly populated by the Han people, the dominant ethnic group of the nation. But now we're going to wind our way up to the Tibetan Plateau, where the people, the ethnicities and the cultures are going to be very, very different. We're here in freezing cold. I was trying to explain to the lady that it's freezing cold here, but
A fine performance. Its power is eternal. Its power is eternal.
I don't know what the word cold is in Chinese. Brr. Feichong, feichong, brr. Anyway, let's go and check it out. Where are we? Wow, check it out. Another massive railway station in the middle of flipping China. On a chilly day in old Sinning. Let's go and check out some communist artwork before we continue. Look at it, Sinning. Middle of China. No one's ever heard of Sinning. And yet, it's probably got a population of a few million. Look at the buildings, the infrastructure. Wow. Situated as it is up here on the high plains. But check this out, what I want to show you. The communist sign of Sinning. My kind of town, a bit of communist paraphernalia when you arrive in the city to welcome you. To remind you that we are in the People's Republic of China, run by the old commie party. And here's their symbol. Right. Oh, flipping heck. Probably get in trouble for